Grit of Women. A wolfish head, wistful-eyed and frost-rimmed, thrust aside the tent flaps. "Hi, chook, Siwash! Chook, you limb of Satan!" chorused the protesting inmates. Bettles rapped the dog sharply with a tin plate, and it withdrew hastily. Louis Savoy refastened the flaps, kicked a frying-pan over against the bottom, and warmed his hands. It was very cold without. 48 hours gone, the spirit thermometer had burst at 68 below, and since that time it had grown steadily and bitterly colder. There was no telling when the snap would end, and it is poor policy, unless the gods will it, to venture far from a stove at such times, or to increase the quantity of cold atmosphere one must breathe. Men sometimes do it, and sometimes they chill their lungs. This leads up to a dry, hacking cough, noticeably irritable when bacon is being fried. After that, somewhere along in the spring or summer, a hole is burned in the frozen muck. Into this, a man's carcass is dumped, covered over with moss, and left with the assurance that it will rise on the crack of doom, wholly and frigidly intact. For those of little faith, sceptical of material integration on that fateful day, no fitter country than the Klondike can be recommended to die in. But it is not to be inferred from this that it is a fit country for living purposes. It was very cold without, but it was not over-warm within. The only article which might be designated furniture was the stove, and for this the men were frank in displaying their preference. Upon half of the floor, pine boughs had been cast. Above this were spread the sleeping furs. Beneath lay the winter's snowfall. The remainder of the floor was moccasin-packed snow, littered with pots and pans and the general impedimenta of an Arctic camp. The stove was red and roaring hot, but only a bare 3 feet away lay a block of ice as sharp-edged and dry as when first quarried from the creek bottom. The pressure of the outside cold forced the inner heat upward. Just above the stove, where the pipe penetrated the roof, was a tiny circle of dry canvas. Next, with the pipe always as centre, a circle of steaming canvas. Next, a damp and moisture-exuding ring. And finally, the rest of the tent, sidewalls and top, coated with a half-inch of dry, white, crystal-encrusted frost. "Oh, oh, oh!" A young fellow lying asleep in the furs, bearded and wan and weary, raised a moan of pain, and without waking increased the pitch and intensity of his anguish. His body, half lifted from the blankets, quivered and shrank spasmodically, as though drawing away from a bed of nettles. "Roll him over," ordered Bettles. "He's cramping." And thereat, with pitiless goodwill, he was pitched upon and rolled and thumped and pounded by 6 willing comrades. "Damn the trail," he muttered softly as he threw off the robes and sat up. "I've run across country, played quarter 3 seasons hand-running, and hardened myself in all manner of ways. And then I pilgrim it into this god-forsaken land, and find myself an effeminate Athenian without the simplest rudiments of manhood." He hunched up at the fire and rolled a cigarette. "Oh, I'm not whining. I can take my medicine all right. But I'm just decently ashamed of myself, that's all. Here I am on top of a dirty 30 miles, as knocked up and stiff and sore as a pink-tea degenerate after a 5-mile walk on a country turnpike. Bah, it makes me sick. Got a match?" "Don't git the tantrums, youngster." Bettles passed over the required firestick and waxed patriarchal. "Ye've gotter 'low some for the breaking in. Sufferin' cracky, don't I recollect the first time I hit the trail? Stiff? I've seen the time it'd take me 10 minutes to get me mouth from the water-hole and come to me feet. Every jint cracking and kicking fit to kill. Cramp. In sich knots it'd take the camp half a day to untangle me. You're all right for a cub, and ye've the true spirit. Come this day year, you'll walk all us old bucks into the ground any time. And best in your favour, you hain't got that streak of fat in your make-up, which has sent many a husky man to the bosom of Abraham afore his right and proper time. Streak of fat? Yep, comes along of bulk. 'Tain't the big men as is the best when it comes to the trail. Never heard of it? Never heard of it, eh? Well, it's a dead straight open and shut fact, and no getting round. Bulk's all well enough for a mighty big effort, but thout staying power, it ain't worth a continental whoop. And staying powers and bulk ain't running mates. Takes the small wiry fellows when it comes to getting right down and hanging on like a lean-jowled dog to a bone. Why, hell's fire, the big men ain't in it. By gar, broke in Louis Savoy, that is no what you call Josh. I know one man's so very big like the buffalo. With him, on the Sulphur Creek stampede, go one small man's, Lon McFane. You know that Lon McFane, that little Irisher with the red hair and the grin? And they walk and walk and walk, and all the day long, and the night long. And big mans, him become very tired, and lay down mooch in the snow. And little mans kick big mans, and him cry like what you call the kid. And little mans kick and kick and kick, and time by long time, long way, kick big mans into my cabin. 3 days for him crawl out my blankets. Never I see big squaw like him. No, never. Him F, what you call the streak of fat. You bet. But there was Axel Gunderson, Prince spoke up. The great Scandinavian, with the tragic events which shadowed his passing, had made a deep mark on the mining engineer. He lies up there somewhere. He swept his hand in the vague direction of the mysterious east. Biggest man that ever turned his heels to salt water or run a moose down with sheer grit, supplemented Bettles. But he's the prove-the-rule exception. Look at his woman, Unga. Tip the scales at 110, clean meat and nary ounce to spare. She'd bank grit 'gainst his, for all there was in him, and see him, and go one better, if it was possible. Nothing over the earth, or in it, or under it, she wouldn't have done. But she loved him, objected the engineer. 'Tain't that, it— Look you, brothers, broke in Sitka Charlie from his seat on the grub box. Ye have spoken of the streak of fat that runs in big men's muscles, of the grit of women, and the love, and ye have spoken fair. But I have in mind things which happened when the land was young, and the fires of men apart as the stars. It was then I had concern with a big man, and a streak of fat, and a woman. And the woman was small, but her heart was greater than the beef heart of the man, and she had grit. And we travelled a weary trail, even to the salt water, and the cold was bitter, the snow deep, the hunger great. And the woman's love was a mighty love. No more can man say than this. He paused, and with the hatchet broke pieces of ice from the large chunk beside him. These he threw into the gold pan on the stove, where the drinking water thawed. The men drew up closer, and he of the cramps sought greater comfort vainly for his stiffened body. Brothers, my blood is red with sea-wash, but my heart is white. To the faults of my fathers I owe the one, to the virtues of my friends the other. A great truth came to me when I was yet a boy. I learned that to your kind and you was given the earth, that the sea-wash could not withstand you, and like the caribou and the bear must perish in the cold. So I came into the warm and sat among you by your fires, and behold, I became one of you. I have seen much in my time. I have known strange things, and bucked big on big trails, with men of many breeds. And because of these things, I measure deeds after your manner, and judge men, and think thoughts. Wherefore, when I speak harshly of one of your own kind, I know you will not take it amiss. And when I speak high of one of my father's people, you will not take it upon you to say, Sitka Charlie is sea-wash, and there is a crooked light in his eyes, and small honour to his tongue. Is it not so? Deep down in throat the circle vouchsafed its assent. The woman was Pasuk. I got her in fair trade from her people, who were off the coast, and whose Chilkat totem stood at the head of a salt arm of the sea. My heart did not go out to the woman, nor did I take stock of her looks, for she scarce took her eyes from the ground, and she was timid and afraid, as girls will be when cast into a stranger's arms whom they have never seen before. As I say, there was no place in my heart for her to creep, for I had a great journey in mind, and stood in need of one to feed my dogs, and to lift a paddle with me through the long river days. One blanket would cover the twain, so I chose Pasuk. Have I not said I was a servant to the government? If not, it is well that ye know. So I was taken on a warship, sleds and dogs and evaporated foods, and with me came Pasuk. And we went north, to the winter ice rim of Bering Sea, where we landed, myself and Pasuk and the dogs. I was also given moneys of the government, for I was its servant, and charts of lands which the eyes of man had never dwelt upon, and messages. These messages were sealed and protected shrewdly from the weather, and I was to deliver them to the whale ships of the Arctic, ice-bound by the great Mackenzie. Never was there so great a river, forgetting only our own Yukon, the mother of all rivers. All of which is neither here nor there, for my story deals not with the whale ships nor the berg-bound winter I spent by the Mackenzie. Afterward, in the spring, when the days lengthened and there was a crust to the snow, we came south, Pasuk and I, to the country of the Yukon. A weary journey, but the sun pointed out the way of our feet. It was a naked land then, as I have said, and we worked up the current with pole and paddle till we came to 40 Mile. Good it was to see white faces once again, so we put into the bank. And that winter was a hard winter. The darkness and the cold drew down upon us, and with them the famine. To each man the agent of the company gave 40 pounds of flour and 20 of bacon. There were no beans, and the dogs howled always, and there were flat bellies and deep-lined faces, and strong men became weak, and weak men died. There was also much scurvy. Then came we together in the store one night, and the empty shelves made us feel our own emptiness the more. We talked low by the light of the fire, for the candles had been set aside for those who might yet gasp in the spring. Discussion was held, and it was said that a man must go forth to the salt water and tell to the world our misery. At this, all eyes turned to me, for it was understood that I was a great traveller. "It is 700 miles," said I, "to Haynes Mission by the sea, and every inch of it snowshoe work. Give me the pick of your dogs, and the best of your grub, and I will go, and with me shall go Pasuk." To this they were agreed. But there arose one, Long Jeff, a Yankee man, big-boned and big-muscled. Also his talk was big. He too was a mighty traveller, he said, born to the snowshoe and bred up on buffalo milk. He would go with me, in case I fell by the trail, that he might carry the word on to the mission. I was young, and I knew not Yankee men. How was I to know that big talk betokened the streak of fat, or that Yankee men who did great things kept their teeth together? So we took the pick of the dogs and the best of the grub and struck the trail, we three, Pasuk, Long Jeff, and I. Well, ye have broken virgin snow, laboured at the gee-pole, and are not unused to the packed river jams, so I will talk little of the toil, save that on some days we made 10 miles, and on others 30, but more often 10. And the best of the grub was not good, while we went on stint from the start. Likewise the pick of the dogs was poor, and we were hard put to keep them on their legs. At the White River, our 3 sleds became 2 sleds, and we had only come 200 miles. But we lost nothing. The dogs that left the traces went into the bellies of those that remained. Not a greeting, not a curl of smoke, till we made Pelly. Here I had counted on grub, and here I had counted on leaving Long Jeff, who was whining and trail-sore. But the factor's lungs were wheezing, his eyes bright, his cache nigh empty. And he showed us the empty cache of the missionary, also his grave, with the rocks piled high to keep off the dogs. There was a bunch of Indians there, but babies and old men there were none, and it was clear that few would see the spring. So we pulled on, light-stomached and heavy-hearted, with 500 miles of snow and silence between us and Haynes Mission by the sea. The darkness was at its worst, and at midday the sun could not clear the skyline to the south. But ice jams were smaller, the going better. So I pushed the dogs hard and travelled late and early. As I said at 40 Mile, every inch of it was snowshoe work. And the shoes made great sores on our feet which cracked and scabbed but would not heal. And every day these sores grew more grievous, till in the morning, when we girded on the shoes, Long Jeff cried like a child. I put him at the fore of the light sled to break trail, but he slipped off the shoes for comfort. Because of this the trail was not packed. His moccasins made great holes, and into these holes the dogs wallowed. The bones of the dogs were ready to break through their hides, and this was not good for them. So I spoke hard words to the man, and he promised, and broke his word. Then I beat him with the dog's whip, and after that the dogs wallowed no more. He was a child, what of the pain, and the streak of fat. But Pasuk, while the man lay by the fire and wept, she cooked, and in the morning helped lash the sleds, and in the evening to unlash them. And she saved the dogs. Ever was she to the fore, lifting the webbed shoes and making the way easy. Pasuk, how shall I say? I took it for granted that she should do these things, and thought no more about it. For my mind was busy with other matters, and besides, I was young in years and knew little of woman. It was only on looking back that I came to understand. And the man became worthless. The dogs had little strength in them, but he stole rides on the sled when he lagged behind. Pasuk said she would take the one sled, so the man had nothing to do. In the morning, I gave him his fair share of grub and started him on the trail alone. Then the woman and I broke camp, packed the sleds and harnessed the dogs. By midday, when the sun mocked us, we would overtake the man, with the tears frozen on his cheeks, and pass him. In the night we made camp, set aside his fair share of grub, and spread his furs. Also we made a big fire that he might see. And hours afterwards he would come limping in, and eat his grub with moans and groans, and sleep. He was not sick, this man. He was only trail-sore and tired, and weak with hunger. But Pasuk and I were trail-sore and tired and weak with hunger, and we did all the work, and he did none. But he had the streak of fat, of which our brother Bettles has spoken. Further, we gave the man always his fair share of grub. Then one day we met two ghosts journeying through the silence. They were a man and a boy, and they were white. The ice had opened on Lake Le Barge, and through it had gone their main outfit. One blanket each carried about his shoulders. At night they built a fire and crouched over it till morning. They had a little flour. This they stirred in warm water and drank. The man showed me 8 cups of flour, all they had, and Pelly, stricken with famine, 200 miles away. They said also that there was an Indian behind, that they had whacked fair, but that he could not keep up. I did not believe they had whacked fair, else would the Indian have kept up. But I could give them no grub. They strove to steal a dog, the fattest, which was very thin, but I shoved my pistol in their faces and told them begone, and they went away, like drunken men, through the silence toward Pele. I had 3 dogs now, and 1 sled, and the dogs were only bones and hair. When there is little wood, the fire burns low, and the cabin grows cold. So with us. With little grub, the frost bites sharp, and our faces were black and frozen till our own mothers would not have known us, and our feet were very sore. In the morning when I hit the trail, I sweated to keep down the cry when the pain of the snowshoes smote me. Pasuk never opened her lips, but stepped to the fore to break the way. The man howled. The 30-mile was swift, and the current ate away the ice from beneath, and there were many air holes and cracks, and much open water. One day we came upon the man resting, for he had gone ahead, as was his wont, in the morning. But between us was open water. This he had passed around by taking to the rim ice, where it was too narrow for a sled. So we found an ice bridge. Pasuk weighed little and went first, with a long pole crosswise in her hands, in chance she broke through. But she was light, and her shoes large, and she passed over. Then she called the dogs, but they had neither poles nor shoes, and they broke through and were swept under by the water. I held tight to the sled from behind till the traces broke and the dogs went down under the ice. There was little meat to them, but I had counted on them for a week's grub, and they were gone. The next morning I divided all the grub, which was little, into 3 portions, and I told Long Jeff that he could keep up with us or not, as he saw fit, for we were going to travel light and fast. But he raised his voice and cried over his sore feet and his troubles, and said harsh things against comradeship. Pasuk's feet were sore, and my feet were sore, aye, sorer than his, for we had worked with the dogs. Also, we looked to see. Long Jeff swore he would die before he hit the trail again. So Pasuk took a fur robe, and I a cooking pot and an axe, and we made ready to go. But she looked on the man's portion and said, "It is wrong to waste good food on a baby. He is better dead." I shook my head and said no, that a comrade once was a comrade always. Then she spoke of the men of 40 Mile, that they were many men and good, and that they looked to me for grub in the spring. But when I still said no, she snatched the pistol from my belt. Quick, and as our brother Bettles has spoken, Long Jeff went to the bosom of Abraham before his time. I chided Pasuk for this, but she showed no sorrow, nor was she sorrowful, and in my heart I knew she was right. Sitka Charlie paused and threw pieces of ice into the gold pan on the stove. The men were silent, and their backs chilled to the sobbing cries of the dogs as they gave tongue to their misery in the outer cold. And day by day we passed in the snow the sleeping places of the 2 ghosts, Pasuk and I, and we knew we would be glad for such ere we made salt water. Then we came to the Indian, like another ghost, with his face set toward Pelly. They had not whacked up fair, the man and the boy, he said, and he had had no flour for 3 days. Each night he boiled pieces of his moccasins in a cup and ate them. He did not have much moccasins left, and he was a coast Indian, and told us these things through Pasuk, who talked his tongue. He was a stranger in the Yukon, and he knew not the way, but his face was set to Pelly. How far was it? 2 sleeps? 10? 100? He did not know, but he was going to Pelly. It was too far to turn back. He could only keep on. He did not ask for grub, for he could see we too were hard put. Pasuk looked at the man, and at me, as though she were of 2 minds, like a mother partridge whose young are in trouble. So I turned to her and said, "This man has been dealt unfair. Shall I give him of our grub a portion?" I saw her eyes light as with quick pleasure, but she looked long at the man and at me, and her mouth drew close and hard, and she said, "No, the salt water is afar off, and death lies in wait. Better 'tis that he take this stranger man, and let my man Charlie pass." So the man went away in the silence toward Pelly. That night she wept. Never had I seen her weep before, nor was it the smoke of the fire, for the wood was dry wood. So I marvelled at her sorrow, and thought her woman's heart had grown soft at the darkness of the trail and the pain. Life is a strange thing. Much have I thought on it, and pondered long, yet daily the strangeness of it grows not less, but more. Why this longing for life? It is a game which no man wins. To live is to toil hard and to suffer sore, till old age creeps heavily upon us, and we throw down our hands on the cold ashes of dead fires. It is hard to live. In pain the babe sucks his first breath, in pain the old man gasps his last, and all his days are full of trouble and sorrow. Yet he goes down to the open arms of death, stumbling, falling, with head turned backward, fighting to the last. And death is kind. It is only life, and the things of life that hurt. Yet we love life, and we hate death. It is very strange. We spoke little, Pasuk and I, in the days which came. In the night we lay in the snow like dead people, and in the morning we went on our way, walking like dead people. And all things were dead. There were no ptarmigan, no squirrels, no snowshoe rabbits, nothing. The river made no sound beneath its white robes. The sap was frozen in the forest, and it became cold as now. And in the night the stars drew near and large, and leaped and danced, and in the day the sun-dogs mocked us till we saw many suns, and all the air flashed and sparkled, and the snow was diamond dust. And there was no heat, no sound, only the bitter cold and the silence. As I say, we walked like dead people, as in a dream, and we kept no count of time. Only our faces were set to salt water, our souls strained for salt water, and our feet carried us towards salt water. We camped by the Takhina, and knew it not. Our eyes looked upon the white horse, but we saw it not. Our feet trod the portage of the canyon, but they felt it not. We felt nothing. And we fell often by the way, but we fell always with our faces toward salt water. Our last grub went, and we had shared fare, Pasuk and I, but she fell more often, and at Caribou Crossing her strength left her. And in the morning we lay beneath the one robe and did not take the trail. It was in my mind to stay there and meet death hand in hand with Pasuk, for I had grown old and had learned the love of woman. Also, it was 80 miles to Haines Mission, and the great Chilkoot, far above the timberline, reared its storm-swept head between. But Pasuk spoke to me, low, with my ear against her lips that I might hear. And now, because she need not fear my anger, she spoke her heart, and told me of her love, and of many things which I did not understand. And she said, "You are my man, Charlie, and I have been a good woman to you. And in all the days I have made your fire, and cooked your food, and fed your dogs, and lifted paddle or broken trail, I have not complained. Nor did I say that there was more warmth in the lodge of my father, or that there was more grub on the Chilkat. When you have spoken, I have listened. When you have ordered, I have obeyed. Is it not so, Charlie? And I said, Aye, it is so. And she said, When first you came to the Chilkat, nor looked upon me, but bought me as a man buys a dog, and took me away, my heart was hard against you and filled with bitterness and fear. But that was long ago. For you were kind to me, Charlie, as a good man is kind to his dog. Your heart was cold, and there was no room for me. Yet you dealt me fair, and your ways were just. And I was with you when you did bold deeds and led great ventures. And I measured you against the men of other breeds, and I saw you stood among them full of honour, and your word was wise, your tongue true. And I grew proud of you, till it came that you filled all my heart, and all my thought was of you. You were as the midsummer sun, when its golden trail runs in a circle and never leaves the sky. And whatever way I cast my eyes, I beheld the sun. But your heart was ever cold, Charlie, and there was no room. And I said, It is so. It was cold, and there was no room, but that is past. Now my heart is like the snowfall in the spring, when the sun has come back. There is a great thaw, and a bending, a sound of running waters, and a budding and sprouting of green things, and there is drumming of partridges and songs of robins and great music. For the winter is broken, Pasuk, and I have learned the love of woman. She smiled and moved for me to draw her closer, and she said, I am glad. After that she lay quiet for a long time, breathing softly, her head upon my breast. Then she whispered, The trail ends here, and I am tired. But first I would speak of other things. In the long ago, when I was a girl on the Chilkat, I played alone among the skin bales of my father's lodge, for the men were away on the hunt, and the women and boys were dragging in the meat. It was in the spring, and I was alone. A great brown bear, just awake from his winter's sleep, hungry, his fur hanging to the bones in flaps of leanness, shoved his head within the lodge and said, Oof! My brother came running back with the first sled of meat, and he fought the bear with burning sticks from the fire, and the dogs, in their harnesses with the sled behind them, fell upon the bear. There was a great battle and much noise. They rolled in the fire, the skin bales were scattered, the lodge overthrown. But in the end, the bear lay dead, with the fingers of my brother in his mouth, and the marks of his claws upon my brother's face. Did you mark the Indian by the Pelly trail? His mitten which had no thumb, his hand which he warmed by our fire? He was my brother, and I said he should have no grub. And he went away in the silence, without grub. This, my brothers, was the love of Pasuk, who died in the snow by the Caribou crossing. It was a mighty love, for she denied her brother, for the man who led her away on weary trails to a bitter end. And, further, such was this woman's love, she denied herself. Ere her eyes closed for the last time, she took my hand and slipped it under her squirrel-skin parka to her waist. I felt there a well-filled pouch, and learned the secret of her lost strength. Day by day we had shared fare to the last least bit, and day by day but half her share had she eaten. The other half had gone into the well-filled pouch. And she said, "This is the end of the trail for Pasuk. But your trail, Charlie, leads on and on, over the great Chilkoot, down to Haines Mission and the sea. And it leads on and on by the light of many suns, over unknown lands and strange waters, and it is full of years and honours and great glories. It leads you to the lodges of many women and good women, but it will never lead you to a greater love than the love of Pasuk." And I knew the woman spoke true, but a madness came upon me, and I threw the well-filled pouch from me and swore that my trail had reached an end, till her tired eyes grew soft with tears, and she said, "Among men has Sitka Charlie walked in honour, and ever has his word been true. Does he forget that honour now, and talk vain words by the Caribou crossing? Does he remember no more the men of 40 Mile, who gave him of their grub the best, of their dogs the pick? Ever has Pasuk been proud of her man. Let him lift himself up, gird on his snowshoes, and be gone, that she may still keep her pride." And when she grew cold in my arms, I arose, and sought out the well-filled pouch, and girt on my snowshoes, and staggered along the trail. For there was a weakness in my knees, and my head was dizzy, and in my ears there was a roaring, and a flashing of fire upon my eyes. The forgotten trails of boyhood came back to me. I sat by the full pots of the potlatch feast, and raised my voice in song, and danced to the chanting of the men and maidens, and the booming of the walrus drums. And Pasuk held my hand, and walked by my side. When I laid down to sleep, she waked me. When I stumbled and fell, she raised me. When I wandered in the deep snow, she led me back to the trail. And in this wise, like a man bereft of reason, who sees strange visions, and whose thoughts are light with wine, I came to Haines Mission by the sea. Sitka Charlie threw back the tent flaps. It was midday. To the south, just clearing the bleak Henderson Divide, poised the cold disked sun. On either hand the sundogs blazed. The air was a gossamer of glittering frost. In the foreground, beside the trail, a wolf dog, bristling with frost, thrust a long snout heavenward, and mourned. Jack London. Love of Life. This out of all will remain. They have lived and have tossed. So much of the game will be gain, though the gold of the dice has been lost. They limped painfully down the bank, and once the foremost of the two men staggered among the rough-strewn rocks. They were tired and weak, and their faces had the drawn expression of patience which comes of hardship long endured. They were heavily burdened with blanket packs which were strapped to their shoulders. Head straps passing across the forehead helped support these packs. Each man carried a rifle. They walked in a stooped posture, the shoulders well forward, the head still farther forward, the eyes bent upon the ground. "I wish we had just about 2 of them cartridges that's laying in that cache of ourn," said the second man. His voice was utterly and drearily expressionless. He spoke without enthusiasm, and the first man, limping into the milky stream that foamed over the rocks, vouchsafed no reply. The other man followed at his heels. They did not remove their footgear, though the water was icy cold, so cold that their ankles ached and their feet went numb. In places, the water dashed against their knees, and both men staggered for footing. The man who followed slipped on a smooth boulder, nearly fell, but recovered himself with a violent effort, at the same time uttering a sharp exclamation of pain. He seemed faint and dizzy, and put out his free hand while he reeled, as though seeking support against the air. When he had steadied himself, he stepped forward, but reeled again and nearly fell. Then he stood still and looked at the other man, who had never turned his head. The man stood still for fully a minute, as though debating with himself. Then he called out, "I say, Bill, I've sprained my ankle." Bill staggered on through the milky water. He did not look round. The man watched him go, and though his face was expressionless as ever, his eyes were like the eyes of a wounded deer. The other man limped up the farther bank and continued straight on without looking back. The man in the stream watched him. His lips trembled a little, so that the rough thatch of brown hair which covered them was visibly agitated. His tongue even strayed out to moisten them. "Bill!" he cried out. It was the pleading cry of a strong man in distress. But Bill's head did not turn. The man watched him go, limping grotesquely and lurching forward with stammering gait up the slow slope, toward the soft skyline of the low-lying hill. He watched him go till he passed over the crest and disappeared. Then he turned his gaze and slowly took in the circle of the world that remained to him, now that Bill was gone. Near the horizon, the sun was smouldering dimly, almost obscured by formless mists and vapours, which gave an impression of mass and density without outline or tangibility. The man pulled out his watch, the while resting his weight on one leg. It was 4 o'clock, and as the season was near the last of July or 1st of August, he did not know the precise date within a week or two, he knew that the sun roughly marked the northwest. He looked to the south, and knew that somewhere beyond those bleak hills lay the Great Bear Lake. Also he knew that in that direction the Arctic Circle cut its forbidding way across the Canadian barrens. This stream in which he stood was a feeder to the Coppermine River, which in turn flowed north and emptied into Coronation Gulf and the Arctic Ocean. He had never been there, but he had seen it, once, on a Hudson's Bay Company chart. Again his gaze completed the circle of the world about him. It was not a heartening spectacle. Everywhere was soft skyline. The hills were all low-lying, there were no trees, no shrubs, no grasses, naught but a tremendous and terrible desolation, that sent fear swiftly dawning into his eyes. "Bill," he whispered, once and twice. "Bill!" He cowered in the midst of the milky water, as though the vastness were pressing in upon him with overwhelming force, brutally crushing him with its complacent awfulness. He began to shake as with an ague fit, till the gun fell from his hand with a splash. This served to rouse him. He fought with his fear and pulled himself together, groping in the water and recovering the weapon. He hitched his pack farther over on his left shoulder, so as to take a portion of its weight from off the injured ankle. Then he proceeded, slowly and carefully, wincing with pain, to the bank. He did not stop. With a desperation that was madness, unmindful of the pain, he hurried up the slope to the crest of the hill over which his comrade had disappeared, more grotesquely and comical by far than that limping, jerking comrade. But at the crest he saw a shallow valley, empty of life. He fought with his fear again, overcame it, hitched the pack still farther over on his left shoulder, and lurched on down the slope. The bottom of the valley was soggy with water, which the thick moss held sponge-like close to the surface. This water squirted out from under his feet at every step, and each time he lifted a foot the action culminated in a sucking sound as the wet moss reluctantly released its grip. He picked his way from muskeg to muskeg, and followed the other man's footsteps along and across the rocky ledges, which thrust like islets through the sea of moss. Though alone, he was not lost. Farther on, he knew, he would come to where dead spruce and fir, very small and weazened, bordered the shore of a little lake, the Titchinnichilier, on the tongue of the country, the land of little sticks. And into that lake flowed a small stream, the water of which was not milky. There was rush grass on that stream, this he remembered well, but no timber. And he would follow it till its first trickle ceased at a divide. He would cross this divide to the first trickle of another stream, flowing to the west, which he would follow until it emptied into the River Dees, and there he would find a cache under an upturned canoe and piled over with many rocks. And in this cache would be ammunition for his empty gun, fish-hooks and lines, a small net, all the utilities for the killing and snaring of food. Also, he would find flour, not much, a piece of bacon, and some beans. Bill would be waiting for him there, and they would paddle away south down the Dees to the Great Bear Lake, and south across the lake they would go, ever south, till they'd gain the Mackenzie, and south, still south they would go, while the winter raced vainly after them, and the ice formed in the eddies, and the days grew chill and crisp. South to some warm Hudson's Bay Company post, where timber grew tall and generous, and there was grub without end. These were the thoughts of the man as he strove onward. But hard as he strove with his body, he strove equally hard with his mind, trying to think that Bill had not deserted him, that Bill would surely wait for him at the cache. He was compelled to think this thought, or else there would not be any use to strive, and he would have lain down and died. And as the dim ball of the sun sank slowly into the northwest, he covered every inch, and many times, of his and Bill's flight south before the downcoming winter. And he conned the grub of the cache and the grub of the Hudson's Bay Company post over and over again. He had not eaten for 2 days. For a far longer time he had not had all he wanted to eat. Often he stooped and picked pale muskeg berries, put them into his mouth and chewed and swallowed them. A muskeg berry is a bit of seed enclosed in a bit of water. In the mouth the water melts away and the seed chews sharp and bitter. The man knew there was no nourishment in the berries, but he chewed them patiently with a hope greater than knowledge and defying experience. At 9 o'clock he stubbed his toe on a rocky ledge, and from sheer weariness and weakness staggered and fell. He lay for some time without movement on his side. Then he slipped out of the pack straps and clumsily dragged himself into a sitting posture. It was not yet dark, and in the lingering twilight he groped about among the rocks for shreds of dry moss. When he'd gathered a heap, he built a fire, a smouldering, smudgy fire, and put a tin pot of water on to boil. He unwrapped his pack, and the first thing he did was to count his matches. There were 67. He counted them 3 times to make sure. He divided them into several portions, wrapping them in oil paper, disposing of one bunch in his empty tobacco pouch, of another bunch in the inside band of his battered hat, of a third bunch under his shirt on the chest. This accomplished, a panic came upon him, and he unwrapped them all and counted them again. There were still 67. He dried his wet footgear by the fire. The moccasins were in soggy shreds. The blanket socks were worn through in places, and his feet were raw and bleeding. His ankle was throbbing, and he gave it an examination. It had swollen to the size of his knee. He tore a long strip from one of his 2 blankets and bound the ankle tightly. He tore other strips and bound them about his feet to serve for both moccasins and socks. Then he drank the pot of water, steaming hot, wound his watch, and crawled between his blankets. He slept like a dead man. The brief darkness around midnight came and went. The sun arose in the northeast. At least, the day dawned in that quarter, for the sun was hidden by grey clouds. At 6 o'clock he awoke, quietly lying on his back. He gazed straight up into the grey sky and knew that he was hungry. As he rolled over on his elbow, he was startled by a loud snort, and saw a bull caribou regarding him with alert curiosity. The animal was not more than 50 feet away, and instantly into the man's mind leaped the vision and the savour of a caribou steak sizzling and frying over a fire. Mechanically he reached for the empty gun, drew a bead, and pulled the trigger. The bull snorted and leaped away, his hooves rattling and clattering as he fled across the ledges. The man cursed and flung the empty gun from him. He groaned aloud as he started to drag himself to his feet. It was a slow and arduous task. His joints were like rusty hinges. They worked harshly in their sockets, with such friction, and each bending or unbending was accomplished only through a sheer exertion of will. When he finally gained his feet, another minute or so was consumed in straightening up, so that he could stand erect as a man should stand. He crawled up a small knoll and surveyed the prospect. There were no trees, no bushes, nothing but a grey sea of moss, scarcely diversified by grey rocks, grey lakelets and grey streamlets. The sky was grey. There was no sun nor hint of sun. He had no idea of north, and he'd forgotten the way he had come to this spot the night before. But he was not lost. He knew that. Soon he would come to the land of the little sticks. He felt that it lay off to the left somewhere, not far, possibly just over the next low hill. He went back to put his pack into shape for travelling. He assured himself of the existence of his 3 separate parcels of matches, though he did not stop to count them. But he did linger, debating, over a squat moose-hide sack. It was not large. He could hide it under his 2 hands. He knew that it weighed 15 pounds, as much as all the rest of the pack, and it worried him. He finally set it to one side and proceeded to roll the pack. He paused to gaze at the squat moose-hide sack. He picked it up hastily with a defiant glance about him, as though the desolation were trying to rob him of it, and when he rose to his feet to stagger on into the day, it was included in the pack on his back. He bore away to the left, stopping now and again to eat muskeg berries. His ankle had stiffened, his limp was more pronounced, but the pain of it was as nothing compared with the pain of his stomach. The hunger pangs were sharp. They gnawed and gnawed until he could not keep his mind steady on the course he must pursue to gain the land of little sticks. The muskeg berries did not allay this gnawing, while they made his tongue and the roof of his mouth sore with their irritating bite. He came upon a valley where rock ptarmigan rose on whirring wings from the ledges and muskegs. "Care, care, care," was the cry they made. He threw stones at them, but could not hit them. He placed his pack on the ground and stalked them as a cat stalks a sparrow. The sharp rocks cut through his pants legs till his knees left a trail of blood, but the hurt was lost in the hurt of his hunger. He squirmed over the wet moss, saturating his clothes and chilling his body. But he was not aware of it, so great was his fever for food. And always the ptarmigan rose, whirring before him, till their care, care, care became a mock to him, and he cursed them, and cried aloud at them with their own cry. Once he crawled upon one that must have been asleep. He did not see it till it shot up in his face from its rocky nook. He made a clutch, as startled as was the rise of the ptarmigan, and there remained in his hand 3 tail feathers. As he watched its flight, he hated it, as though it had done him some terrible wrong. Then he returned and shouldered his pack. As the day wore along, he came into valleys or swales where game was more plentiful. A band of caribou passed by, 20 and odd animals, tantalizingly within rifle range. He felt a wild desire to run after them, a certitude that he could run them down. A black fox came toward him carrying a ptarmigan in his mouth. The man shouted. It was a fearful cry, but the fox, leaping away in fright, did not drop the ptarmigan. Late in the afternoon, he followed a stream, milky with lime, which ran through sparse patches of rush grass. Grasping these rushes firmly near the root, he pulled up what resembled a young onion sprout, no larger than a shingle nail. It was tender, and his teeth sank into it with a crunch that promised deliciously of food, but its fibres were tough. It was composed of stringy filaments saturated with water, like the berries, and devoid of nourishment. He threw off his pack and went into the rush grass on hands and knees, crunching and munching like some bovine creature. He was very weary, and often wished to rest, to lie down and sleep, but he was continually driven on, not so much by his desire to gain the land of little sticks, as by his hunger. He searched little ponds for frogs and dug up the earth with his nails for worms, though he knew in spite that neither frogs nor worms existed so far north. He looked into every pool of water vainly, until, as the long twilight came on, he discovered a solitary fish, the size of a minnow, in such a pool. He plunged his arm in up to the shoulder, but it eluded him. He reached for it with both hands and stirred up the milky mud at the bottom. In his excitement he fell in, wetting himself to the waist. Then the water was too muddy to admit of his seeing the fish, and he was compelled to wait until the sediment had settled. The pursuit was renewed till the water was again muddied, but he could not wait. He unstrapped the tin bucket and began to bail the pool. He bailed wildly at first, splashing himself and flinging the water so short a distance that it ran back into the pool. He worked more carefully, striving to be cool, though his heart was pounding against his chest and his hands were trembling. At the end of half an hour, the pool was nearly dry. Not a cupful of water remained, and there was no fish. He found a hidden crevice among the stones through which it had escaped to the adjoining and larger pool, a pool which he could not empty in a night and a day. Had he known of the crevice, he could have closed it with a rock at the beginning, and the fish would have been his. Thus he thought, and crumpled up and sank down upon the wet earth. At first he cried softly to himself. Then he cried loudly to the pitiless desolation that ringed him around, and for a long time after he was shaken by great dry sobs. He built a fire, and warmed himself by drinking quarts of hot water, and made camp on a rocky ledge in the same fashion he had the night before. The last thing he did was to see that his matches were dry and to wind his watch. The blankets were wet and clammy. His ankle pulsed with pain, but he knew only that he was hungry, and through his restless sleep he dreamed of feasts and banquets, and of food served and spread in all imaginable ways. He awoke, chilled and sick. There was no sun. The grey of earth and sky had become deeper, more profound. A raw wind was blowing, and the first flurries of snow were whitening the hilltops. The air about him thickened and grew white while he made a fire and boiled more water. It was wet snow, half rain, and the flakes were large and soggy. At first they melted as soon as they came in contact with the earth, but ever more fell, covering the ground, putting out the fire, spoiling his supply of moss fuel. This was a signal for him to strap on his pack and stumble onward, he knew not where. He was not concerned with the land of little sticks, nor with Bill and the cache under the upturned canoe by the River Dees. He was mastered by the verb to eat. He was hunger mad. He took no heed of the course he pursued, so long as that course led him through the swale bottoms. He felt his way through the wet snow to the watery muskeg berries, and went by feel as he pulled up the rush grass by the roots. But it was tasteless stuff, and did not satisfy. He found a weed that tasted sour, and he ate all he could find of it, which was not much, for it was a creeping growth, easily hidden under the several inches of snow. He had no fire that night, nor hot water, and crawled under his blanket to sleep the broken hunger sleep. The snow turned into a cold rain. He awakened many times to feel it falling on his upturned face. Day came, a grey day, and no sun. It had ceased raining. The keenness of his hunger had departed. Sensibility, as far as concerned the yearning for food, had been exhausted. There was a dull, heavy ache in his stomach, but it did not bother him so much. He was more rational, and once more he was chiefly interested in the land of little sticks and the cache by the River Dees. He ripped the remnant of one of his blankets into strips and bound his bleeding feet. Also he re-cinched the injured ankle and prepared himself for a day of travel. When he came to his pack, he paused long over the squat moose-hide sack. But in the end it went with him. The snow had melted under the rain, and only the hilltops showed white. The sun came out, and he succeeded in locating the points of the compass, though he knew now that he was lost. Perhaps in his previous day's wanderings he had edged away too far to the left. He now bore off to the right to counteract the possible deviation from his true course. Though the hunger pangs were no longer so exquisite, he realized that he was weak. He was compelled to pause for frequent rests when he attacked the muskeg berries and rush-grass patches. His tongue felt dry and large, as though covered with a fine hairy growth, and it tasted bitter in his mouth. His heart gave him a great deal of trouble. When he had travelled a few minutes, it would begin a remorseless thump, 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 and then leap up and away in a painful flutter of beats that choked him and made him go faint and dizzy. In the middle of the day, he found 2 minnows in a large pool. It was impossible to bail it, but he was calmer now and managed to catch them in his tin bucket. They were no longer than his little finger, but he was not particularly hungry. The dull ache in his stomach had been growing duller and fainter. It seemed almost that his stomach was dozing. He ate the fish raw, masticating with painstaking care, for the eating was an act of pure reason. While he had no desire to eat, he knew that he must eat to live. In the evening, he caught 3 more minnows, eating 2 and saving the 3rd for breakfast. The sun had dried stray shreds of moss, and he was able to warm himself with hot water. He had not covered more than 10 miles that day, and the next day, travelling whenever his heart permitted him, he covered no more than 5 miles. But his stomach did not give him the slightest uneasiness. It had gone to sleep. He was in a strange country, too, and the caribou were growing more plentiful, also the wolves. Often their yelps drifted across the desolation, and once he saw 3 of them slinking away before his path. Another night, and in the morning, being more rational, he untied the leather string that fastened the squat moose-hide sack. From its open mouth poured a yellow stream of coarse gold dust and nuggets. He roughly divided the gold in halves, caching 1 half on a prominent ledge wrapped in a piece of blanket, and returning the other half to the sack. He also began to use strips of the 1 remaining blanket for his feet. He still clung to his gun, for there were cartridges in that cache by the River Dees. This was a day of fog, and this day hunger awoke in him again. He was very weak, and was afflicted with a giddiness which at times blinded him. It was no uncommon thing now for him to stumble and fall, and stumbling once, he fell squarely into a ptarmigan nest. There were 4 newly hatched chicks a day old, little specks of pulsating life no more than a mouthful, and he ate them ravenously, thrusting them alive into his mouth and crunching them like eggshells between his teeth. The mother ptarmigan beat about him with great outcry. He used his gun as a club with which to knock her over, but she dodged out of reach. He threw stones at her, and with 1 chance shot broke a wing. Then she fluttered away, running, trailing the broken wing with him in pursuit. The little chicks had no more than whetted his appetite. He hopped and bobbed clumsily along on his injured ankle, throwing stones and screaming hoarsely at times. At other times, hopping and bobbing silently along, picking himself up grimly and patiently when he fell, or rubbing his eyes with his hand when the giddiness threatened to overpower him. The chase led him across swampy ground in the bottom of the valley, and he came upon footsteps in the soggy moss. They were not his own, he could see that. They must be Bill's. But he could not stop, for the mother ptarmigan was running on. He would catch her first, then he would return and investigate. He exhausted the mother ptarmigan, but he exhausted himself. She lay panting on her side. He lay panting on his side, a dozen feet away, unable to crawl to her. And as he recovered, she recovered, fluttering out of reach as his hungry hand went out to her. The chase was resumed. Night settled down, and she escaped. He stumbled from weakness and pitched head foremost on his face, cutting his cheek, his pack upon his back. He did not move for a long while. Then he rolled over on his side, wound his watch, and lay there until morning. Another day of fog. Half of his last blanket had gone into foot wrappings. He failed to pick up Bill's trail. It did not matter. His hunger was driving him too, compellingly, only he wondered if Bill too were lost. By midday, the irk of his pack became too oppressive. Again he divided the gold, this time merely spilling half of it on the ground. In the afternoon he threw the rest of it away, there remaining to him only the half blanket, the tin bucket, and the rifle. A hallucination began to trouble him. He felt confident that one cartridge remained to him. It was in the chamber of the rifle, and he had overlooked it. On the other hand, he knew all the time that the chamber was empty. But the hallucination persisted. He fought it off for hours, then threw his rifle open and was confronted with emptiness. The disappointment was as bitter as though he had really expected to find the cartridge. He plodded on for half an hour, when the hallucination arose again. Again he fought it, and still it persisted, till for very relief he opened his rifle to unconvince himself. At times his mind wandered farther afield, and he plodded on, a mere automaton, strange conceits and whimsicalities gnawing at his brain like worms. But these excursions out of the real were of brief duration. For ever the pangs of the hunger bite called him back. He was jerked back abruptly once from such an excursion by a sight that caused him nearly to faint. He reeled and swayed, doddering like a drunken man to keep from falling. Before him stood a horse. A horse! He could not believe his eyes. A thick mist was in them, intershot with sparkling points of light. He rubbed his eyes savagely to clear his vision, and beheld not a horse, but a great brown bear. The animal was studying him with bellicose curiosity. The man had brought his gun halfway to his shoulder before he realized. He lowered it and drew his hunting knife from its beaded sheath at his hip. Before him was meat and life. He ran his thumb along the edge of his knife. It was sharp. The point was sharp. He would fling himself upon the bear and kill it. But his heart began its warning thump, thump, thump. Then followed the wild upward leap and tattoo of flutters, the pressing as of an iron band about his forehead, the creeping of the dizziness into his brain. His desperate courage was evicted by a great surge of fear. In his weakness, what if the animal attacked him? He drew himself up to his most imposing stature, gripping the knife and staring hard at the bear. The bear advanced clumsily a couple of steps, reared up, and gave vent to a tentative growl. If the man ran, he would run after him. But the man did not run. He was animated now with the courage of fear. He, too, growled savagely, terribly, voicing the fear that is to life germane and that lies twisted about life's deepest roots. The bear edged away to one side, growling menacingly, himself appalled by this mysterious creature that appeared upright and unafraid. But the man did not move. He stood like a statue till the danger was past, when he yielded to a fit of trembling and sank down into the wet moss. He pulled himself together and went on, afraid now in a new way. It was not the fear that he should die passively from lack of food, but that he should be destroyed violently before starvation had exhausted the last particle of the endeavour in him that made towards surviving. There were the wolves. Back and forth across the desolation drifted their howls, weaving the very air into a fabric of menace that was so tangible that he found himself, arms in the air, pressing it back from him as it might be the walls of a wind-blown tent. Now and again the wolves, in packs of 2 and 3, crossed his path, but they sheered clear of him. They were not in sufficient numbers, and besides, they were hunting the caribou, which did not battle, while this strange creature that walked erect might scratch and bite. In the late afternoon, he came upon scattered bones where the wolves had made a kill. The debris had been a caribou calf an hour before, squawking and running and very much alive. He contemplated the bones, clean picked and polished, pink, with the cell life in them which had not yet died. Could it possibly be that he might be that ere the day was done? Such was life, eh? A vain, fleeting thing. It was only life that pained. There was no hurt in death. To die was to sleep. It meant cessation, rest. Then why was he not content to die? But he did not moralize long. He was squatting in the moss, a bone in his mouth, sucking at the shreds of life that still dyed it faintly pink. The sweet meaty taste, thin and elusive almost as a memory, maddened him. He closed his jaws on the bones and crunched. Sometimes it was the bone that broke, sometimes his teeth. Then he crushed the bones between rocks, pounded them to a pulp and swallowed them. He pounded his fingers too in his haste, and yet found a moment in which to feel surprise at the fact that his fingers did not hurt much when caught under the descending rock. Came frightful days of snow and rain. He did not know when he made camp, when he broke camp. He travelled in the night as much as in the day. He rested wherever he fell, crawled on whenever the dying life in him flickered up and burned less dimly. He, as a man, no longer strove. It was the life in him, unwilling to die, that drove him on. He did not suffer. His nerves had become blunted, numb, while his mind was filled with weird visions and delicious dreams. But ever he sucked and chewed on the crushed bones of the caribou calf, the least remnants of which he had gathered up and carried with him. He crossed no more hills or divides, but automatically followed a large stream which flowed through a wide and shallow valley. He did not see this stream, nor this valley. He saw nothing save visions. Soul and body walked or crawled side by side, yet apart. So slender was the thread that bound them. He awoke, in his right mind, lying on his back on a rocky ledge. The sun was shining bright and warm. Afar off, he heard the squawking of caribou calves. He was aware of vague memories of rain and wind and snow, but whether he had been beaten by the storm for 2 days or 2 weeks, he did not know. For some time he lay without movement, the genial sunshine pouring upon him and saturating his miserable body with its warmth. A fine day, he thought. Perhaps he could manage to locate himself. By a painful effort he rolled over on his side. Below him flowed a wide and sluggish river. Its unfamiliarity puzzled him. Slowly he followed it with his eyes, winding in wide sweeps among the bleak, bare hills, bleaker and barer and lower lying than any hills he had yet encountered. Slowly, deliberately, without excitement or more than the most casual interest, he followed the course of the strange stream towards the skyline. He followed the course of the strange stream toward the skyline, and saw it emptying into a bright and shining sea. He was still unexcited. Most unusual, he thought. A vision or a mirage. More likely a vision, a trick of his disordered mind. He was confirmed in this by sight of a ship lying at anchor in the midst of the shining sea. He closed his eyes for a while, then opened them. Strange how the vision persisted. Yet not strange. He knew there were no seas or ships in the heart of the barren lands, just as he had known there was no cartridge in the empty rifle. He heard a snuffle behind him, a half-choking gasp or cough. Very slowly, because of his exceeding weakness and stiffness, he rolled over on his other side. He could see nothing near at hand, but he waited patiently. Again came the snuffle and cough, and outlined between two jagged rocks not a score of feet away, he made out the grey head of a wolf. The sharp ears were not pricked so sharply as he had seen them on other wolves. The eyes were bleared and bloodshot. The head seemed to droop limply and forlornly. The animal blinked continually in the sunshine. It seemed sick. As he looked, it snuffled and coughed again. This, at least, was real, he thought, and turned on the other side so that he might see the reality of the world which had been veiled from him before by the vision. But the sea still shone in the distance, and the ship was plainly discernible. Was it reality after all? He closed his eyes for a long while and thought, and then it came to him. He had been making north by east, away from the Dees Divide and into the Coppermine Valley. This wide and sluggish river was the Coppermine. That shining sea was the Arctic Ocean. That ship was a whaler, strayed east, far east, from the mouth of the Mackenzie, and it was lying at anchor in Coronation Gulf. He remembered the Hudson's Bay Company chart he had seen long ago, and it was all clear and reasonable to him. He sat up and turned his attention to immediate affairs. He had worn through the blanket wrappings, and his feet were shapeless lumps of raw meat. His last blanket was gone. Rifle and knife were both missing. He had lost his hat somewhere with the bunch of matches and the band, but the matches against his chest were safe and dry inside the tobacco pouch and oil paper. He looked at his watch. It marked 11 o'clock and was still running. Evidently, he had kept it wound. He was calm and collected. Though extremely weak, he had no sensation of pain. He was not hungry. The thought of food was not even pleasant to him, and whatever he did was done by his reason alone. He ripped off his pants legs to the knees and bound them about his feet. Somehow he had succeeded in retaining the tin bucket. He would have some hot water before he began what he foresaw was to be a terrible journey to the ship. His movements were slow. He shook as with a palsy. When he started to collect dry moss, he found he could not rise to his feet. He tried again and again, then contented himself with crawling about on hands and knees. Once he crawled near to the sick wolf. The animal dragged itself reluctantly out of his way, licking its chops with a tongue which seemed hardly to have the strength to curl. The man noticed that the tongue was not the customary healthy red. It was a yellowish brown and seemed coated with a rough and half-dry mucus. After he had drunk a quart of hot water, the man found he was able to stand, and even to walk, as well as a dying man might be supposed to walk. Every minute or so he was compelled to rest. His steps were feeble and uncertain, just as the wolves that trailed him were feeble and uncertain. And that night, when the shining sea was blotted out by blackness, he knew he was nearer to it by no more than 4 miles. Throughout the night, he heard the cough of the sick wolf, and now and then the squawking of the caribou calves. There was life all around him, but it was strong life, very much alive and well, and he knew the sick wolf clung to the sick man's trail in the hope that the man would die first. In the morning, on opening his eyes, he beheld it regarding him with a wistful and hungry stare. It stood crouched, with tail between its legs, like a miserable and woe-begone dog. It shivered in the chill morning wind, and grinned dispiritedly when the man spoke to it, in a voice that achieved no more than a hoarse whisper. The sun rose brightly, and all morning the man tottered and fell toward the ship on the shining sea. The weather was perfect. It was the brief Indian summer of the high latitudes. It might last a week. Tomorrow or next day it might be gone. In the afternoon, the man came upon a trail. It was off another man, who did not walk, but who dragged himself on all fours. The man thought it might be Bill. But he thought in a dull, uninterested way. He had no curiosity. In fact, sensation and emotion had left him. He was no longer susceptible to pain. Stomach and nerves had gone to sleep. Yet the life that was in him drove him on. He was very weary, but it refused to die. It was because it refused to die that he still ate muskeg berries and minnows, drank his hot water, and kept a wary eye on the sick wolf. He followed the trail of the other man who dragged himself along, and soon came to the end of it. A few freshly picked bones where the soggy moss was marked by the footpads of many wolves. He saw a squat moose-hide sack, mate to his own, which had been torn by sharp teeth. He picked it up, though its weight was almost too much for his feeble fingers. Bill had carried it to the last. Ha, ha! He would have the laugh on Bill. He would survive and carry it to the ship in the shining sea. His mirth was hoarse and ghastly, like a raven's croak, and the sick wolf joined him, howling lugubriously. The man ceased suddenly. How could he have the laugh on Bill, if that were Bill? If those bones, so pinky white and clean, were Bill? He turned away. Well, Bill had deserted him. But he would not take the gold, nor would he suck Bill's bones. Bill would have, though, had it been the other way round, he mused as he staggered on. He came to a pool of water. Stooping over in quest for minnows, he jerked his head back as though he had been stung. he had caught sight of his reflected face. So horrible was it that sensibility awoke long enough to be shocked. There were 3 minnows in the pool, which was too large to drain, and after several ineffectual attempts to catch them in the tin bucket, he forbore. He was afraid, because of his great weakness, that he might fall in and drown. It was for this reason that he did not trust himself to the river astride one of the many drift logs which lined its sandspits. That day he decreased the distance between him and the ship by 3 miles. The next day by 2, for he was crawling now, as Bill had crawled. And the end of the 5th day found the ship still 7 miles away, and him unable to make even a mile a day. Still the Indian summer held on, and he continued to crawl and faint, turn and turn about. And ever the sick wolf coughed and wheezed at his heels. His knees had become raw meat like his feet, and though he padded them with the shirt from his back, it was a red track he left behind him on the moss and stones. Once, glancing back, he saw the wolf licking hungrily his bleeding trail, and he saw sharply what his own end might be, unless he could get the wolf. Then began as grim a tragedy of existence as was ever played. A sick man that crawled, a sick wolf that limped, 2 creatures dragging their dying carcasses across the desolation and hunting each other's lives. Had it been a werewolf, it would not have mattered so much to the man, but the thought of going to feed the maw of that loathsome and all but dead thing was repugnant to him. He was finicky. His mind had begun to wander again and to be perplexed by hallucinations, while his lucid intervals grew rarer and shorter. He was awakened once from a faint by a wheeze close in his ear. The wolf leaped lamely back, losing its footing and falling in its weakness. It was ludicrous, but he was not amused. Nor was he even afraid. He was too far gone for that. But his mind was for the moment clear, and he lay and considered. The ship was no more than 4 miles away. He could see it quite distinctly when he rubbed the mists out of his eyes, and he could see the white sail of a small boat cutting the water of the shining sea. But he could never crawl those 4 miles. He knew that, and was very calm in the knowledge. He knew that he could not crawl half a mile, and yet he wanted to live. It was unreasonable that he should die, after all he had undergone. Fate asked too much of him. And, dying, he declined to die. It was stark madness, perhaps, but in the very grip of death he defied death and refused to die. He closed his eyes and composed himself with infinite precaution. He steeled himself to keep above the suffocating languor that lapped like a rising tide through all the wells of his being. It was very like a sea, this deadly languor that rose and drowned his consciousness bit by bit. Sometimes he was all but submerged, swimming through oblivion with a faltering stroke. And again, by some strange alchemy of soul, he would find another shred of will and strike out more strongly. Without movement, he lay on his back, and he could hear, slowly drawing nearer and nearer, the wheezing intake and output of the sick wolf's breath. It drew closer, ever closer, through an infinitude of time, and he did not move. It was at his ear. The harsh, dry tongue grated like sandpaper against his cheek. His hands shot out, or at least he willed them to shoot out. The fingers were curved like talons, but they closed on empty air. Swiftness and certitude require strength, and the man had not this strength. The patience of the wolf was terrible. The man's patience was no less terrible. For half a day he lay motionless, fighting off unconsciousness, and waiting for the thing that was to feed upon him, and upon which he wished to feed. Sometimes the languid sea rose over him, and he dreamed long dreams, but ever through it all, waking and dreaming, he waited for the wheezing breath and the harsh caress of the tongue. He did not hear the breath, and he slipped slowly from some dream to the feel of the tongue upon his hand. He waited. The fangs pressed softly. The pressure increased. The wolf was exerting its last strength in an effort to sink teeth in the food for which it had waited so long. But the man had waited long, and the lacerated hand closed on the jaw. Slowly, while the wolf struggled feebly, and the hand clutched feebly, the other hand crept across to a grip. 5 minutes later, the whole weight of the man's body was on top of the wolf. The hands had not sufficient strength to choke the wolf, but the face of the man was pressed close to the throat of the wolf, and the mouth of the man was full of hair. At the end of half an hour, the man was aware of a warm trickle in his throat. It was not pleasant. It was like molten lead being forced into his stomach, and it was forced by his will alone. Later, the man rolled over on his back and slept. There were some members of a scientific expedition on the whale ship Bedford. From the deck, they remarked a strange object on the shore. It was moving down the beach toward the water. They were unable to classify it, and being scientific men, they climbed into the whaleboat alongside and went ashore to see. And they saw something that was alive, but which could hardly be called a man. It was blind, unconscious. It squirmed along the ground like some monstrous worm. Most of its efforts were ineffectual, but it was persistent, and it writhed and twisted and went ahead perhaps a score of feet an hour. 3 weeks afterward, the man lay in a bunk on the whale ship Bedford, and with tears streaming down his wasted cheeks, told who he was and what he had undergone. He also babbled incoherently of his mother, of sunny Southern California, and a home among the orange groves and flowers. The days were not many after that, when he sat at table with the scientific men and ship's officers. He gloated over the spectacle of so much food, watching it anxiously as it went into the mouths of others. With the disappearance of each mouthful, an expression of deep regret came into his eyes. He was quite sane, but he hated those men at mealtime. He was haunted by a fear that the food would not last. He inquired of the cook, the cabin boy, the captain, concerning the food stores. They reassured him countless times, but he could not believe them, and pried cunningly about the lazaret to see with his own eyes. It was noticed that the man was getting fat. He grew stouter with each day. The scientific men shook their heads and theorized. They limited the man at his meals, but still his girth increased, and he swelled prodigiously under his shirt. The sailors grinned. They knew. And when the scientific men set a watch on the man, they knew. They saw him slouch forward after breakfast, and like a mendicant with outstretched palm, accost a sailor. The sailor grinned and passed him a fragment of sea biscuit. He clutched it avariciously, looking at it as a miser looks at gold, and thrust it into his shirt bosom. Similar were the donations from other grinning sailors. The scientific men were discreet. They let him alone. But they privily examined his bunk. It was lined with hardtack. The mattress was stuffed with hardtack. Every nook and cranny was filled with hardtack. Yet he was sane. He was taking precautions against another possible famine, that was all. He would recover from it, the scientific men said, and he did, ere the Bedford's anchor rumbled down in San Francisco Bay. The Marriage of Lit-Lit. When John Fox came into a country where whiskey freezes solid and may be used as a paperweight for a large part of the year, he came without the ideals and illusions that usually hamper the progress of more delicately nurtured adventurers. Born and reared on the frontier fringe of the United States, he took with him into Canada a primitive cast of mind, an elemental simplicity and grip on things, as it were, that ensured him immediate success in his new career. From a mere servant of the Hudson's Bay Company, driving a paddle with the voyageur, and carrying goods on his back across the portages, he swiftly rose to a factorship and took charge of a trading post at Fort Angeles. Here, because of his elemental simplicity, he took to himself a native wife, and, by reason of the connubial bliss that followed, he escaped the unrest and vain longings that curse the days of more fastidious men, spoil their work, and conquer them in the end. He lived contentedly, was at single purposes with the business he was set there to do, and achieved a brilliant record in the service of the company. About this time, his wife died, was claimed by her people, and buried with savage circumstance in a tin trunk in the top of a tree. 2 sons she had borne him, and when the company promoted him, he journeyed with them still deeper into the vastness of the Northwest Territory to a place called Sin Rock, where he took charge of a new post in a more important fur field. Here he spent several lonely and depressing months, eminently disgusted with the unprepossessing appearance of the Indian maidens, and greatly worried by his growing sons, who stood in need of a mother's care. Then his eyes chanced upon Lit-Lit. Lit-Lit, well, she is Lit-Lit, was the fashion in which he despairingly described her to his chief clerk, Alexander MacLean. MacLean was too fresh from his Scottish upbringing, not dry behind the ears yet, John Fox put it, to take to the marriage customs of the country. Nevertheless, he was not averse to the factors imperiling his own immortal soul, and especially feeling an ominous attraction himself for Lit-Lit, he was sombrely content to clinch his own soul's safety by seeing her married to the factor. Nor is it to be wondered that MacLean's austere Scotch soul stood in danger of being thwarted in the sunshine of Lit-Lit's eyes. She was pretty and slender and willowy, without the massive face and temperamental stolidity of the average squaw. Lit-Lit, so called from her fashion even as a child of being fluttery, of darting about from place to place like a butterfly, of being inconsequent and merry, and of laughing as lightly as she darted and danced about. Lit-Lit was the daughter of Snettishane, a prominent chief in the tribe, by a half-breed mother, and to him the factor fared casually one summer day to open negotiations of marriage. He sat with the chief in the smoke of a mosquito smudge before his lodge, and together they talked about everything under the sun, or at least everything that in the Northland is under the sun, with the sole exception of marriage. John Fox had come particularly to talk of marriage. Snettishane knew it, and John Fox knew he knew it, wherefore the subject was religiously avoided. This is alleged to be Indian subtlety. In reality, it is transparent simplicity. The hours slipped by, and Fox and Snettishane smoked interminable pipes, looking each other in the eyes with a guilelessness superbly histrionic. In the mid-afternoon, Maclean and his brother clerk MacTavish strolled past, innocently uninterested, on their way to the river. When they strolled back again an hour later, Fox and Snettishane had attained to a ceremonious discussion of the condition and quality of the gunpowder and bacon which the company was offering in trade. Meanwhile, Lit-Lit, divining the factor's errand, had crept in under the rear wall of the lodge, and through the front flap was peeping out at the two logomachists by the mosquito smudge. She was flushed and happy-eyed, proud that no less a man than the factor, who stood next to God in the Northland hierarchy, had singled her out, femininely curious to see what manner of man he was. Sun-glare on the ice, camp smoke and weather-beat had burned his face to a copper brown, so that her father was as fair as he, while she was fairer. She was remotely glad of this, and more immediately glad that he was large and strong. Though his great black beard half frightened her, it was so strange. Being very young, she was unversed in the ways of men. 17 times she had seen the sun travel south and lose itself beyond the skyline, and 17 times she had seen it travel back again and ride the sky day and night till there was no night at all. And through these years she had been cherished jealously by Snettishane, who stood between her and all suitors, listening disdainfully to the young hunters as they bid for her hand, and turning them away as though she were beyond price. Snettishane was mercenary. Lit-Lit was to him an investment. She represented so much capital, from which he expected to receive not a certain definite interest, but an incalculable interest. And having thus been reared in a manner as near to that of the nunnery as tribal conditions would permit, it was with a great and maidenly anxiety that she peeped out at the man who had surely come for her, as the husband who was to teach her all that was yet unlearned of life, at the masterful being whose word was to be her law, and who was to meet and bound her actions and comportment for the rest of her days. But, peeping through the front flap of the lodge, flushed and thrilling at the strange destiny reaching out for her, she grew disappointed as the day wore along, and the factor and her father still talked pompously of matters concerning other things, and not pertaining to marriage things at all. As the sun sank lower and lower toward the north, and midnight approached, the factor began making unmistakable preparations for departure. As he turned to stride away, Lit-Lit's heart sank, but it rose again as he halted, half turning on one heel. "Oh, by the way, Snettishane," he said, "I want a squaw to wash for me and mend my clothes." Snettishane grunted and suggested Wanidani, who was an old woman and toothless. "No, no," interposed the factor. "What I want is a wife. I've been kind of thinking about it, and the thought just struck me that you might know of someone that would suit." Snettishane looked interested, whereupon the factor retraced his steps, casually and carelessly to linger and discuss this new and incidental topic. "Katu," suggested Snettishane. "She has but one eye," objected the factor. "Laska. Her knees be wide apart when she stands upright. Kips, your biggest dog, can leap between her knees when she stands upright." "Senatee," went on the imperturbable Snettishane. But John Fox feigned anger, crying, "What foolishness be this? Am I old, that thou shouldst mate me with old women? Am I toothless, lame of leg, blind of eye? Or am I poor, that no bright-eyed maiden may look with favour upon me? Behold, I am the factor, both rich and great, a power in the land, whose speech makes men tremble, and is obeyed." Snettishane was inwardly pleased, though his sphinx-like visage never relaxed. He was drawing the factor and making him break ground. Being a creature so elemental as to have room for but one idea at a time, Snettishane could pursue that one idea a greater distance than could John Fox. For John Fox, elemental as he was still complex enough to entertain several glimmering ideas at a time, which debarred him from pursuing the one as single-heartedly or as far as did the chief. Snettishane calmly continued calling the roster of eligible maidens, which, name by name, as fast as uttered, were stamped ineligible by John Fox, with specified objections appended. Again he gave it up and started to return to the fort. Snettishane watched him go, making no effort to stop him, but seeing him in the end stop himself. "Come to think of it," the factor remarked, "we both of us forgot Lit-Lit. Now I wonder if she'll suit me." Snettishane met the suggestion with a mirthless face, behind the mask of which his soul grinned wide. It was a distinct victory. Had the factor gone but one step farther, perforce Snettishane would himself have mentioned the name of Lit-Lit. But the factor had not gone that one step farther. The chief was non-committal concerning Lit-Lit's suitability, till he drove the white man into taking the next step in order of procedure. "Well," the factor meditated aloud, "the only way to find out is to make a try of it." He raised his voice. "So I will give for Lit-Lit 10 blankets and 3 pounds of tobacco, which is good tobacco." Snettishane replied with a gesture which seemed to say that all the blankets and tobacco in all the world could not compensate him for the loss of Lit-Lit and her manifold virtues. When pressed by the factor to set a price, he coolly placed it at 500 blankets, 10 guns, 50 pounds of tobacco, 20 scarlet cloths, 10 bottles of rum, a music box, and lastly the goodwill and best offices of the factor, and a place by his fire. The factor apparently suffered a stroke of apoplexy, which stroke was successful in reducing the blankets to 200 and in cutting out the place by the fire, an unheard-of condition in the marriages of white men with the daughters of the soil. In the end, after 3 hours more of chaffering, they came to an agreement. For Lit-Lit, Snettishane was to receive 100 blankets, 5 pounds of tobacco, 3 guns, and a bottle of rum, goodwill and best offices included, which, according to John Fox, was 10 blankets and a gun more than she was worth. And as he went home through the wee small hours, the 3 o'clock sun blazing in the due northeast, he was unpleasantly aware that Snettishane had bested him over the bargain. Snettishane, tired and victorious, sought his bed, and discovered Lit-Lit before she could escape from the lodge. He grunted knowingly. "Thou hast seen, thou hast heard. Wherefore it be plain to thee thy father's very great wisdom and understanding. I have made for thee a great match. Heed my words and walk in the way of my words. Go when I say go. Come when I bid thee come. and we shall grow fat with the wealth of this big white man, who is a fool according to his bigness. The next day, no trading was done at the store. The factor opened whisky before breakfast, to the delight of McLean and McTavish, gave his dogs double rations, and wore his best moccasins. Outside the fort, preparations were underway for a potlatch. Potlatch means a giving, and John Fox's intention was to signalize his marriage with Lit-Lit by a potlatch as generous as she was good-looking. In the afternoon, the whole tribe gathered to the feast, men, women, children, and dogs gorged to repletion. Nor was there one person, even among the chance visitors and stray hunters from other tribes, who failed to receive some token of the bridegroom's largesse. Lit-Lit, tearfully shy and frightened, was bedecked by her bearded husband with a new calico dress, splendidly beaded moccasins, a gorgeous silk handkerchief over her raven hair, a purple scarf about her throat, brass earrings and finger rings, and a whole pint of pinchbeck jewellery, including a Waterbury watch. Snettishane could scarce contain himself at the spectacle, but watching his chance, drew her aside from the feast. "Not this night, nor the next night," he began ponderously, "but in the nights to come, when I shall call like a raven by the river-bank, it is for thee to rise up from thy big husband who is a fool, and come to me." "Nay, nay," he went on hastily, at sight of the dismay in her face at turning her back upon her wonderful new life. "For no sooner shall this happen than thy big husband, who is a fool, will come wailing to my lodge. Then it is for thee to wail likewise, claiming that this thing is not well, and that the other thing thou dost not like, and that to be the wife of the factor is more than thou didst bargain for. Only wilt thou be content with more blankets, and more tobacco, and more wealth of various sorts for thy poor old father Snettishane. Remember well, when I call in the night like a raven from the river-bank." Lit-Lit nodded, for to disobey her father was a peril she knew well, and furthermore, it was a little thing he asked. A short separation from the factor, who would know only greater gladness at having her back. She returned to the feast, and midnight being well at hand, the factor sought her out and led her away to the fort amid joking and outcry, in which the squaws were especially conspicuous. Lit-Lit quickly found that married life with the head man of a fort was even better than she had dreamed. No longer did she have to fetch wood and water and wait hand and foot upon cantankerous menfolk. For the first time in her life, she could lie abed till breakfast was on the table. And what a bed! Clean and soft and comfortable as no bed she had ever known. And such food! Flour cooked into biscuits, hot cakes and bread 3 times a day and every day, and all one wanted. Such prodigality was hardly believable. To add to her contentment, the factor was cunningly kind. He had buried one wife, and he knew how to drive with a slack rein that went firm only on occasion, and then went very firm. "Lit-Lit is boss of this place," he announced significantly at the table the morning after the wedding. "What she says goes. Understand?" And McLean and McTavish understood. Also they knew that the factor had a heavy hand. But Lit-Lit did not take advantage. Taking a leaf from the book of her husband, she at once assumed charge of his 2 growing sons, giving them added comforts and a measure of freedom like to that which he gave her. The two sons were loud in the praise of their new mother. MacLean and MacTavish lifted their voices, and the factor bragged of the joys of matrimony till the story of her good behaviour and her husband's satisfaction became the property of all the dwellers in the Sinrock district. Whereupon Snettishane, with visions of his incalculable interest keeping him awake of nights, thought it time to bestir himself. On the 10th night of her wedded life, Lit-Lit was awakened by the croaking of a raven, and she knew that Snettishane was waiting for her by the river-bank. In her great happiness, she had forgotten her pact, and now it came back to her, with behind it all the childish terror of her father. For a time she lay in fear and trembling, loath to go, afraid to stay. But in the end the factor won the silent victory, and his kindness, plus his great muscles and square jaw, nerved her to disregard Snettishane's call. But in the morning she arose very much afraid, and went about her duties in momentary fear of her father's coming. As the day wore along, however, she began to recover her spirits. John Fox, soundly berating MacLean and MacTavish for some petty dereliction of duty, helped her to pluck up courage. She tried not to let him go out of her sight, and when she followed him into the huge cache and saw him twirling and tossing great bales around as though they were feather pillows, she felt strengthened in her disobedience to her father. Also, it was her first visit to the warehouse, and Sinrock was the chief distributing point to several chains of lesser posts. She was astounded at the endlessness of the wealth there stored away. This sight, and the picture in her mind's eye of the bare lodge of Snettishane, put all doubts at rest. Yet she capped her conviction by a brief word with one of her stepsons. "White Daddy good?" was what she asked, and the boy answered that his father was the best man he had ever known. That night the raven croaked again. On the night following, the croaking was more persistent. It awoke the factor, who tossed restlessly for a while. Then he said aloud, "Damn that raven!" and Lit-Lit laughed quietly under the blankets. In the morning, bright and early, Snettishane put in an ominous appearance, and was set to breakfast in the kitchen with Wanidani. He refused squaw food, and a little later bearded his son-in-law in the store, where the trading was done. Having learned, he said, that his daughter was such a jewel, he had come for more blankets, more tobacco, and more guns, especially more guns. He had certainly been cheated in her price, he held, and he had come for justice. But the factor had neither blankets nor justice to spare. Whereupon he was informed that Snettishane had seen the missionary at 3 Forks, who had notified him that such marriages were not made in heaven, and that it was his father's duty to demand his daughter back. "I am good Christian man now," Snettishane concluded. "I want my Lit-Lit to go to heaven." The factor's reply was short and to the point, for he directed his father-in-law to go to the heavenly antipodes, and by the scruff of the neck and the slack of the blanket propelled him on that trail as far as the door. But Snettishane sneaked around and in by the kitchen, cornering Lit-Lit in the great living-room of the fort. "Mayhap thou dost sleep over sound last night when I called by the river-bank," he began, glowering darkly. "Nay, I was awake and heard." Her heart was beating as though it would choke her, but she went on steadily. "And the night before I was awake and heard, and yet again the night before." And thereat, out of her great happiness, and out of the fear that it might be taken from her, she launched into an original and glowing address upon the status and rights of woman, the first new woman lecture delivered north of 53. But it fell on unheeding ears. Snettishane was still in the dark ages. As she paused for breath, he said threateningly, "Tonight I shall call again like the raven." At this moment, the factor entered the room and again helped Snettishane on his way to the heavenly antipodes. That night, the raven croaked more persistently than ever. Lit-Lit, who was a light sleeper, heard and smiled. John Fox tossed restlessly. Then he awoke and tossed about with greater restlessness. He grumbled and snorted, swore under his breath and over his breath, and finally flung out of bed. He groped his way to the great living room, and from the rack took down a loaded shotgun, loaded with birdshot, left therein by the careless McTavish. The factor crept carefully out of the fort and down to the river. The croaking had ceased, but he stretched out in the long grass and waited. The air seemed a chilly balm, and the earth, after the heat of the day, now and again breathed soothingly against him. The factor, gathered into the rhythm of it all, dozed off, with his head upon his arm, and slept. 50 yards away, head resting on knees and with his back to John Fox, Snettishane likewise slept, gently conquered by the quietude of the night. An hour slipped by, and then he awoke, and without lifting his head, set the night vibrating with the hoarse gutturals of the raven call. The factor roused, not with the abrupt start of civilized man, but with the swift and comprehensive glide from sleep to waking of the savage. In the night light he made out a dark object in the midst of the grass, and brought his gun to bear upon it. A second croak began to rise, and he pulled the trigger. The crickets ceased from their sing-song chant, the wild fowl from their squabbling, and the raven croak broke midmost and died away in gasping silence. John Fox ran to the spot and reached for the thing he had killed, but his fingers closed on a coarse mop of hair, and he turned Snettishane's face upward to the starlight. He knew how a shotgun scattered at 50 yards, and he knew that he had peppered Snettishane across the shoulders and in the small of the back. And Snettishane knew that he knew, but neither referred to it. "What dost thou here?" the factor demanded. "It were time old bones should be in bed." But Snettishane was stately in spite of the birdshot burning under his skin. "Old bones will not sleep," he said solemnly. "I weep for my daughter Lit-Lit, who liveth, and who yet is dead, and who goeth without doubt to the white man's hell. Weep henceforth on the far bank, beyond earshot of the fort," said John Fox, turning on his heel, "for the noise of thy weeping is exceeding great, and will not let one sleep of nights." "My heart is sore," Snettishane answered, "and my days and nights be black with sorrow." "As the raven is black," said John Fox. "As the raven is black," Snettishane said. Never again was the voice of the raven heard by the river-bank. Lit-Lit grows matronly day by day, and is very happy. Also, there are sisters to the sons of John Fox's first wife, who lies buried in a tree. Old Snettishane is no longer a visitor at the fort, and spends long hours raising a thin, aged voice against the filial ingratitude of children in general, and of his daughter Lit-Lit in particular. His declining years are embittered by the knowledge that he was cheated, and even John Fox has withdrawn the assertion that the price for Lit-Lit was too much, buy 10 blankets and a gun. The Story of Jees Uck. There have been renunciations and renunciations, but in its essence, renunciation is ever the same. And the paradox of it is that men and women forego the dearest thing in the world for something dearer. It was never otherwise. Thus it was when Abel brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. The firstlings and the fat thereof were to him the dearest things in the world. Yet he gave them over, that he might be on good terms with God. So it was with Abraham, when he prepared to offer up his son Isaac on a stone. Isaac was very dear to him, but God, in incomprehensible ways, was yet dearer. It may be that Abraham feared the Lord, but whether that be true or not, it has since been determined by a few billion people that he loved the Lord and desired to serve him. And since it has been determined that love is service, and since to renounce is to serve, then Jees Uck, who was merely a woman of a swart-skinned breed, loved with a great love. She was unversed in history, having learned to read only the signs of weather and of game, so she had never heard of Abel nor of Abraham, nor, having escaped the good sisters at Holy Cross, had she been told the story of Ruth, the Moabitess, who renounced her very God for the sake of a stranger woman from a strange land. Jees Uck had learned only one way of renouncing, and that was with a club as the dynamic factor, in much the same manner as a dog is made to renounce a stolen marrow-bone. Yet, when the time came, she proved herself capable of rising to the height of the fair-faced royal races, and of renouncing in right regal fashion. So, this is the story of Jees Uck, which is also the story of Neil Bonner and Kitty Bonner, and a couple of Neil Bonner's progeny. Jees Uck was of a swart-skinned breed, it is true, but she was not an Indian, nor was she an Eskimo, nor even an Inuit. Going back into mouth tradition, there appears the figure of one Skoltz, a Toyaat Indian of the Yukon, who journeyed down in his youth to the great delta where dwell the Inuits, and where he foregathered with a woman remembered as Olili. Now the woman Olili had been bred from an Eskimo mother by an Inuit man, and from Skoltz and Olili came Halie, who was 1/2 Toyaat Indian, 1/4 Inuit, and 1/4 Eskimo. And Halie was the grandmother of Jees Uck. Now Halie, in whom 3 stocks had been bastardized, who cherished no prejudice against further admixture, mated with a Russian fur trader called Shpak, also known in his time as the Big Fat. Shpak is herein classed Russian, for lack of a more adequate term, for Shpak's father, a Slavonic convict from the lower provinces, had escaped from the quicksilver mines into northern Siberia, where he knew Zimba, who was a woman of the Deer people, and who became the mother of Shpak, who became the grandfather of Jees Uck. Now, had not Shpak been captured in his boyhood by the sea people who fringed the rim of the Arctic Sea with their misery, he would not have become the grandfather of Jees Uck, and there would be no story at all. But he was captured by the sea people, from whom he escaped to Kamchatka, and thence, on a Norwegian whale ship, to the Baltic. Not long after he turned up in St. Petersburg, and the years were not many till he went drifting east over the same weary road his father had measured with blood and groans a half-century before. But Shpak was a free man in the employ of the great Russian Fur Company, and in that employ he fared farther and farther east, until he crossed Bering Sea into Russian America, and at Pastolik, which is hard by the great delta of the Yukon, became the husband of Halie, who was the grandmother of Jees Uck. Out of this union came the woman-child Tukisan. Shpak, under the orders of the company, made a canoe voyage of a few hundred miles up the Yukon to the post of Nulato. With him he took Halie and the babe Tukisan. This was in 1850, and in 1850 it was that the river Indians fell upon Nulato and wiped it from the face of the earth, and that was the end of Shpak and Halie. On that terrible night, Tukisan disappeared. To this day the Toyats aver they had no hand in the trouble, but be that as it may, the fact remains that the babe Tukisan grew up among them. Tukisan was married successively to 2 Toyat brothers, to both of whom she was barren. Because of this, other women shook their heads, and no third Toyat man could be found to dare matrimony with the childless widow. But at this time, many 100 miles above at Fort Yukon, was a man, Spike O'Brien. Fort Yukon was a Hudson Bay Company post, and Spike O'Brien one of the company's servants. He was a good servant, but he achieved an opinion that the service was bad, and in the course of time vindicated that opinion by deserting. It was a year's journey by the chain of posts back to York Factory on Hudson's Bay. Further, being company posts, he knew he could not evade the company's clutches. Nothing remained but to go down the Yukon. It was true no white man had ever gone down the Yukon, and no white man knew whether the Yukon emptied into the Arctic Ocean or Bering Sea. But Spike O'Brien was a Celt, and the promise of danger was a lure he had ever followed. A few weeks later, somewhat battered, rather famished, and about dead with river fever, he drove the nose of his canoe into the earth bank by the village of the Toyats, and promptly fainted away. While getting his strength back, in the weeks that followed, he looked upon Tukisan and found her good. Like the father of Shpak, who lived to a ripe old age among the Siberian deer people, Spike O'Brien might have left his aged bones with Toyats. But romance gripped his heartstrings and would not let him stay. As he had journeyed from York Factory to Fort Yukon, so, first among men, might he journey from Fort Yukon to the sea, and win the honour of being the first man to make the Northwest Passage by land. So he departed down the river, won the honour, and was unannaled and unsung. In after years he ran a sailor's boarding house in San Francisco, where he became esteemed a most remarkable liar, by virtue of the gospel truths he told. But a child was born to Tukisan, who had been childless. And this child was Jees Uck. Her lineage has been traced at length to show that she was neither Indian, nor Eskimo, nor Inuit, nor much of anything else. Also to show what waifs of the generations we are, all of us, and the strange meanderings of the seed from which we spring. What with the vagrant blood in her, and the heritage compounded of many races, Jees Uck developed a wonderful young beauty. Bizarre, perhaps it was, and oriental enough to puzzle any passing ethnologist. A lithe and slender grace characterized her. Beyond a quickened lilt to the imagination, the contribution of the Celt was in no wise apparent. It might possibly have put the warm blood under her skin, which made her face less swart and her body fairer, but that, in turn, might have come from Shpak, the big fat, who inherited the colour of his Slavonic father. And finally, she had great blazing black eyes, the half-cast eye, round, full-orbed and sensuous, which marks the collision of the dark races with the light. Also, the white blood in her, combined with her knowledge that it was in her, made her, in a way, ambitious. Otherwise, by upbringing and in outlook on life, she was wholly and utterly a Toyaat Indian. One winter, when she was a young woman, Neil Bonner came into her life. But he came into her life as he had come into the country, somewhat reluctantly. In fact, it was very much against his will coming into the country. Between a father who clipped coupons and cultivated roses, and a mother who loved the social round, Neil Bonner had gone rather wild. He was not vicious, but a man with meat in his belly and without work in the world has to expend his energy somehow, and Neil Bonner was such a man. And he expended his energy in such fashion and to such extent that when the inevitable climax came, his father, Neil Bonner Sr., crawled out of his roses in a panic and looked on his son with a wondering eye. Then he hied himself away to a crony of kindred pursuits, with whom he was wont to confer over coupons and roses, and between the two, the destiny of young Neil Bonner was made manifest. He must go away, on probation, to live down his harmless follies, in order that he might live up to their own excellent standard. This determined upon, and young Neil a little repentant and a great deal ashamed, the rest was easy. The cronies were heavy stockholders in the P.C. Company. The P.C. Company owned fleets of river steamers and ocean-going craft, and in addition to farming the sea, exploited 100,000 square miles or so of the land that on the maps of geographers usually occupies the white spaces. So the P.C. Company sent young Neil Bonner north, where the white spaces are, to do its work and to learn to be good like his father. 5 years of simplicity, close to the soil and far from temptation, will make a man of him, said old Neil Bonner, and forthwith crawled back among his roses. Young Neil set his jaw, pitched his chin at the proper angle, and went to work. As an underling, he did his work well and gained the commendation of his superiors. Not that he delighted in the work, but it was the one thing that prevented him from going mad. The first year, he wished he was dead. The second year, he cursed God. The third year, he was divided between the two emotions, and in the confusion quarrelled with a man in authority. He had the best of the quarrel, though the man in authority had the last word. A word that sent Neil Bonner into an exile that made his old billet appear as paradise. But he went without a whimper, for the North had succeeded in making him into a man. Here and there on the white spaces on the map, little circlets like the letter O are to be found, and appended to these circlets, on one side or the other, are names such as Fort Hamilton, Yanana Station, 20 Mile, thus leading one to imagine that the white spaces are plentifully besprinkled with towns and villages. But it is a vain imagining. 20 Mile, which is very like the rest of the posts, is a log building the size of a corner grocery, with rooms to let upstairs. A long-legged cache on stilts may be found in the backyard, also a couple of outhouses. The backyard is unfenced, and extends to the skyline, and an unascertainable bit beyond. There are no other houses in sight, though the Toyaats sometimes pitch a winter camp a mile or two down the Yukon. And this is 20 Mile, one tentacle of the many-tentacled P.C. Company. Here the agent, with an assistant, barters with the Indians for their furs and does an erratic trade on a gold dust basis with the wandering miners. Here also, the agent and his assistant yearn all winter for the spring. And when the spring comes, camp blasphemously on the roof while the Yukon washes out the establishment. And here also, in the 4th year of his sojourn in the land, came Neil Bonner to take charge. He had displaced no agent, for the man that previously ran the post had made away with himself, because of the rigours of the place, said the assistant who still remained, though the Toyats, by their fires, had another version. The assistant was a shrunken-shouldered, hollow-chested man with a cadaverous face and cavernous cheeks that his sparse black beard could not hide. He coughed much, as though consumption gripped his lungs, while his eyes had that mad, fevered light common to consumptives in the last stage. Pentley was his name, Amos Pentley, and Bonner did not like him, though he felt a pity for the forlorn and helpless devil. They did not get along together, these two men, who, of all men, should have been on good terms in the face of the cold and silence and darkness of the long winter. In the end, Bonner concluded that Amos was partly demented and left him alone, doing all the work himself, except the cooking. Even then, Amos had nothing but bitter looks and an undisguised hatred for him. This was a great loss to Bonner, for the smiling face of one of his own kind, the cheery word, the sympathy of comradeship shared with misfortune, these things meant much, and the winter was yet young when he began to realize the added reasons, with such an assistant, that the previous agent had found to impel his own hand against his life. It was very lonely at 20 Mile. The bleak vastness stretched away on every side to the horizon. The snow, which was really frost, flung its mantle over the land and buried everything in the silence of death. For days it was clear and cold, the thermometer steadily recording 40 to 50 degrees below zero. Then a change came over the face of things. What little moisture had oozed into the atmosphere gathered into dull, grey, formless clouds. It became quite warm, the thermometer rising to 20 below. And the moisture fell out of the sky in hard frost granules that hissed like dry sugar or driving sand when kicked underfoot. After that it became clear and cold again, until enough moisture had gathered to blanket the earth from the cold of outer space. That was all. Nothing happened. No storms, no churning waters and threshing forests. Nothing but the machine-like precipitation of accumulated moisture. Possibly the most notable thing that occurred through the weary weeks was the gliding of the temperature up to the unprecedented height of 15 below. To atone for this, outer space smote the earth with its cold, till the mercury froze and the spirit thermometer remained more than 70 below for a fortnight, when it burst. There was no telling how much colder it was after that. Another occurrence, monotonous in its regularity, was the lengthening of the nights, till day became a mere blink of light between the darknesses. Neil Bonner was a social animal. The very follies for which he was doing penance had been bred of his excessive sociability. And here, in the 4th year of his exile, he found himself in company, which were to travesty the word, with a morose and speechless creature, in whose sombre eyes smouldered a hatred as bitter as it was unwarranted. And Bonner, to whom speech and fellowship were as the breath of life, went about as a ghost might go, tantalized by the gregarious revelries of some former life. In the day, his lips were compressed, his face stern, but in the night he clenched his hands, rolled about in his blankets, and cried aloud like a little child. And he would remember a certain man in authority and curse him through the long hours. Also, he cursed God. But God understands. He cannot find it in his heart to blame weak mortals who blaspheme in Alaska. And here to the post of 20 Mile came Jees Uck, to trade for flour and bacon and beads and bright scarlet cloths for her fancy work. And further and unwittingly, she came to the post of 20 Mile to make a lonely man more lonely, make him reach out empty arms in his sleep. For Neil Bonner was only a man. When she first came into the store, he looked at her long, as a thirsty man may look at a flowing well. And she, with the heritage bequeathed her by Spike O'Brien, imagined daringly, and smiled up into his eyes, not as the swart-skinned peoples should smile at the royal races, but as a woman smiles at a man. The thing was inevitable, only he did not see it, and fought against her as fiercely and passionately as he was drawn toward her. And she was Jees Uck, by upbringing wholly and utterly a Toyat Indian woman. She came often to the post to trade, and often she sat by the big wood stove and chatted in broken English with Neil Bonner. And he came to look for her coming, and on the days she did not come he was worried and restless. Sometimes he stopped to think, and then she was met coldly, with a reserve that perplexed and piqued her, and which, she was convinced, was not sincere. But more often he did not dare to think, and then all went well, and there were smiles and laughter. And Amos Pentley, gasping like a stranded catfish, his hollow cough areek with the grave, looked upon it all and grinned. He who loved life could not live, and it rankled his soul that others should be able to live. Wherefore he hated Bonner, who was so very much alive, and into whose eyes sprang joy at the sight of Jees Uck. As for Amos, the very thought of the girl was sufficient to send his blood pounding up into a hemorrhage. Jees Uck, whose mind was simple, who thought elementally, and was unused to weighing life in its subtler quantities, read Amos Pentley like a book. She warned Bonner, openly and bluntly, in few words. But the complexities of higher existence confused the situation to him, and he laughed at her evident anxiety. To him, Amos was a poor miserable devil, tottering desperately into the grave. And Bonner, who had suffered much, found it easy to forgive greatly. But one morning, during a bitter snap, he got up from the breakfast table and went into the store. Jees Uck was already there, rosy from the trail, to buy a sack of flour. A few minutes later, he was out in the snow, lashing the flour on her sled. As he bent over, he noticed a stiffness in his neck, and felt a premonition of impending physical misfortune. And as he put the last half-hitch into the lashing, and attempted to straighten up, a quick spasm seized him, and he sank into the snow. Tense and quivering, head jerked back, limbs extended, back arched, and mouth twisted and distorted, he appeared as though being racked limb from limb. Without cry or sound, Jees Uck was in the snow beside him. But he clutched both her wrists spasmodically, and as long as the convulsion endured, she was helpless. In a few moments the spasm relaxed, and he was left weak and fainting, his forehead beaded with sweat, his lips flecked with foam. "Quick!" he muttered in a strange hoarse voice. "Quick! Inside!" He started to crawl on hands and knees, but she raised him up, and supported by her young arm he made faster progress. As he entered the store, the spasm seized him again, and his body writhed irresistibly away from her and rolled and curled on the floor. Amos Pentley came and looked on with curious eyes. "Oh, Amos!" she cried in an agony of apprehension and helplessness. "Him die, you think?" But Amos shrugged his shoulders and continued to look on. Bonner's body went slack, the tense muscles easing down, and an expression of relief coming into his face. "Quick!" he gritted between his teeth, his mouth twisting with the oncoming of the next spasm, and with his effort to control it. "Quick, Jees Uck, the medicine! Never mind! Drag me!" She knew where the medicine chest stood, at the rear of the room beyond the stove, and thither, by the legs, she dragged the struggling man. As the spasm passed, he began, very faint and very sick, to overhaul the chest. He had seen dogs die exhibiting symptoms similar to his own, and he knew what should be done. He held up a vial of chloral hydrate, but his fingers were too weak and nerveless to draw the cork. This Jees Uck did for him, while he was plunged into another convulsion. As he came out of it, he found the open bottle proffered to him and looked into the great black eyes of the woman, and read what men have always read in the mate-woman's eyes. Taking a full dose of the stuff, he sank back until another spasm had passed. Then he raised himself limply on his elbow. "Listen, Jees Uck," he said very slowly, as though aware of the necessity for haste, and yet afraid to hasten. "Do what I say. Stay by my side, but do not touch me. I must be very quiet, but you must not go away." His jaw began to set, and his face to quiver and distort with the forerunning pangs, but he gulped and struggled to master them. "Do not go away. And do not let Amos go away. Understand? Amos must stay right here." She nodded her head, and he passed off into the first of many convulsions, which gradually diminished in force and frequency. Jees Uck hung over him, remembering his injunction and not daring to touch him. Once Amos grew restless, and made as though to go into the kitchen, but a quick blaze from her eyes quelled him, and after that, save for his laboured breathing and charnel cough, he was very quiet. Bonner slept. The blink of light that marked the day disappeared. Amos, followed about by the woman's eyes, lighted the kerosene lamps. Evening came on. Through the north window, the heavens were emblazoned with an auroral display which flamed and flared and died down into blackness. Some time after that, Neil Bonner roused. First he looked to see that Amos was still there, then smiled at Jees Uck and pulled himself up. Every muscle was stiff and sore, and he smiled ruefully, pressing and prodding himself as if to ascertain the extent of the ravage. Then his face went stern and businesslike. "Jees Uck," he said, "take a candle. Go into the kitchen. There is food on the table, biscuits and beans and bacon, also coffee in the pot on the stove. Bring it here on the counter. Also bring tumblers and water and whiskey, which you will find on the top shelf of the locker. Do not forget the whiskey." Having swallowed a stiff glass of the whiskey, He went carefully through the medicine chest, now and again putting aside with definite purpose certain bottles and vials. Then he set to work on the food, attempting a crude analysis. He had not been unused to the laboratory in his college days, and was possessed of sufficient imagination to achieve results with his limited materials. The condition of tetanus, which had marked his paroxysms, simplified matters, and he made but one test. The coffee yielded nothing, nor did the beans. To the biscuits he devoted the utmost care. Amos, who knew nothing of chemistry, looked on with steady curiosity. But Jees Uck, who had boundless faith in the white man's wisdom, and especially in Neil Bonner's wisdom, and who not only knew nothing, but knew that she knew nothing, watched his face rather than his hands. Step by step, he eliminated possibilities until he came to the final test. He was using a thin medicine vial for a tube, and this he held between him and the light, watching the slow precipitation of a salt through the solution contained in the tube. He said nothing, but he saw what he had expected to see. And Jees Uck, her eyes riveted on his face, saw something too. Something that made her spring like a tigress upon Amos, and with splendid suppleness and strength bend his body back across her knee. Her knife was out of its sheath and uplifted, glinting in the lamplight. Amos was snarling. But Bonner intervened ere the blade could fall. "That's a good girl, Jees Uck, but never mind. Let him go." She dropped the man obediently, though with protest writ large on her face, and his body thudded to the floor. Bonner nudged him with his moccasined foot. "Get up, Amos," he commanded. "You've got to pack an outfit yet tonight, and hit the trail." "You don't mean to say," Amos blurted savagely. "I mean to say that you tried to kill me," Neil went on in cold, even tones. "I mean to say that you killed Birdsall, for all the company believes he killed himself. You used strychnine in my case. God knows with what you fixed him. Now I can't hang you. You're too near dead as it is. But 20 Mile is too small for the pair of us, and you've got to mush. It's 200 miles to Holy Cross. You can make it if you're careful not to overexert. I'll give you grub, a sled, and 3 dogs. You'll be as safe as if you were in jail, for you can't get out of the country. And I'll give you one chance. You're almost dead. Very well. I shall send no word to the company until the spring. In the meantime, the thing for you to do is to die. Now mush." "You go to bed," Jees Uck insisted, when Amos had churned away into the night toward Holy Cross. "You sick man yet, Neil." "And you're a good girl, Jees Uck," he answered, "and here's my hand on it. But you must go home." "You don't like me?" she said simply. He smiled, helped her on with her parka, and led her to the door. "Only too well, Jees Uck," he said softly. "Only too well." After that, the pall of the Arctic night fell deeper and blacker on the land. Neil Bonner discovered that he had failed to put proper valuation upon even the sullen face of the murderous and death-stricken Amos. It became very lonely at 20 Mile. "For the love of God, Prentice, send me a man," he wrote to the agent at Fort Hamilton, 300 miles upriver. 6 weeks later, the Indian messenger brought back a reply. It was characteristic. "Hell, both feet frozen. Need him myself. Prentice." To make matters worse, most of the Toyats were in the back country on the flanks of a caribou herd, and Jees Uck was with them. Removing to a distance seemed to bring her closer than ever, and Neil Bonner found himself picturing her, day by day, in camp and on trail. It's not good to be alone. Often he went out of the quiet store bareheaded and frantic, and shook his fist at the blink of day that came over the southern skyline. And on still, cold nights he left his bed and stumbled into the frost, where he assaulted the silence at the top of his lungs, as though it were some tangible, sentient thing that he might arouse. Or he shouted at the sleeping dogs, till they howled and howled again. One shaggy brute he brought into the post, playing that it was the new man sent by Prentice. He strove to make it sleep decently under blankets at night, and to sit at table and eat as a man should. But the beast, mere domesticated wolf that it was, rebelled, and sought out dark corners, and snarled and bit him in the leg, and was finally beaten and driven forth. Then the trick of personification seized upon Neil Bonner, and mastered him. All the forces of his environment metamorphosed into living, breathing entities, and came to live with him. He recreated the primitive pantheon, reared an altar to the sun, and burned candle fat and bacon grease thereon, and in the unfenced yard by the long-legged cache made a frost devil, which he was wont to make faces at and mock when the mercury oozed down into the bulb. All this in play, of course. He said it to himself that it was in play, and repeated it over and over to make sure, unaware that madness is ever prone to express itself in make-believe and play. One midwinter day, Father Champreau, a Jesuit missionary, pulled into 20 Mile. Bonner fell upon him and dragged him into the post and clung to him and wept, until the priest wept with him from sheer compassion. Then Bonner became madly hilarious, and made lavish entertainment, swearing valiantly that his guest should not depart. But Father Champreau was pressing to salt water on urgent business for his order, and pulled out next morning, with Bonner's blood threatened on his head. And the threat was in fair way toward realization, when the Toyats returned from their long hunt to the winter camp. They had many furs, and there was much trading and stir at 20 Mile. Also, Jees Uck came to buy beads and scarlet cloths and things, and Bonner began to find himself again. He fought for a week against her. Then the end came one night when she rose to leave. She had not forgotten her repulse, and the pride that drove Spike O'Brien on to complete the Northwest Passage by land was her pride. "I go now," she said. "Good night, Neil." But he came up behind her. "Nay, it is not well," he said. And as she turned her face toward his with a sudden joyful flash, he bent forward slowly and gravely, as it were a sacred thing, and kissed her on the lips. The Toyats had never taught her the meaning of a kiss upon the lips, but she understood, and was glad. With the coming of Jees Uck, at once things brightened up. She was regal in her happiness, a source of unending delight. The elemental workings of her mind and her naive little ways made an immense sum of pleasurable surprise to the over-civilized man that had stooped to catch her up. Not alone was she solace to his loneliness, but her primitiveness rejuvenated his jaded mind. It was as though, after long wandering, he had returned to pillow his head in the lap of Mother Earth. In short, in Jees Uck he found the youth of the world, the youth and the strength and the joy. And to fill the full round of his need, and that they might not see over much of each other, there arrived at 20 Mile one Sandy Macpherson, as companionable a man as ever whistled along the trail or raised a ballad by a campfire. A Jesuit priest had run into his camp, a couple of 100 miles up the Yukon, in the nick of time to say a last word over the body of Sandy's partner, and on departing the priest had said, "My son, you will be lonely now." And Sandy had bowed his head brokenly. "At 20 Mile," the priest added, "there is a lonely man. You have need of each other, my son." So it was that Sandy became a welcome third at the post, brother to the man and woman that resided there. He took Bonner moose hunting and wolf trapping, and in return Bonner resurrected a battered and way-worn volume and made him friends with Shakespeare, till Sandy declaimed iambic pentameters to his sled dogs whenever they waxed mutinous. And of the long evenings they played cribbage, and talked and disagreed about the universe, the while Jees Uck rocked matronly in an easy chair and darned their moccasins and socks. Spring came. The sun shot up out of the south. The land exchanged its austere robes for the garb of the smiling wanton. Everywhere light laughed and life invited. The days stretched out their balmy length, and the nights passed from blinks of darkness to no darkness at all. The river bared its bosom, and snorting steamboats challenged the wilderness. There were stir and bustle, new faces and fresh facts. An assistant arrived at 20 Mile, and Sandy McPherson wandered off with a bunch of prospectors to invade the Koyukuk country. And there were newspapers and magazines and letters for Neil Bonner. And Jees Uck looked on in worriment, for she knew his kindred talked with him across the world. Without much shock, it came to him that his father was dead. There was a sweet letter of forgiveness dictated in his last hours. There were official letters from the company graciously ordering him to turn the post over to the assistant and permitting him to depart at his earliest pleasure. A long legal affair from the lawyers informed him of interminable lists of stocks and bonds, real estate, rents and chattels that were his by his father's will. And a dainty bit of stationery, sealed and monogrammed, imploring dear Neil's return to his heartbroken and loving mother. Neil Bonner did some swift thinking, and when the Yukon Belle coughed into the bank on her way down to Bering Sea, he departed with the ancient lie of quick return, young and blithe on his lips. "I'll come back, dear Jees Uck, before the first snow flies," he promised her between the last kisses at the gangplank. And not only did he promise, but, like the majority of men under the same circumstances, he really meant it. To John Thompson, the new agent, he gave orders for the extension of unlimited credit to his wife, Jees Uck. Also, with his last look from the deck of the Yukon Belle, he saw a dozen men at work, rearing the logs that were to make the most comfortable house along 1,000 miles of riverfront, the house of Jees Uck, and likewise the house of Neil Bonner, ere the first flurry of snow. For he fully and fondly meant to come back. Jees Uck was dear to him, and further, a golden future awaited the north. With his father's money, he intended to verify that future. An ambitious dream allured him. With his 4 years of experience, and aided by the friendly cooperation of the PC Company, he would return to become the Rhodes of Alaska. And he would return, fast as steam could drive, as soon as he had put into shape the affairs of his father, whom he had never known, and comforted his mother, whom he had forgotten. There was much ado when Neil Bonner came back from the Arctic. The fires were lighted and the flesh-pots slung, and he took it all and called it good. Not only was he bronzed and creased, but he was a new man under his skin, with a grip on things and a seriousness and control. His old companions were amazed when he declined to hit up the pace in the good old way. while his father's crony rubbed hands gleefully and became an authority upon the reclamation of wayward and idle youth. For 4 years, Neil Bonner's mind had lain fallow. Little that was new had been added to it, but it had undergone a process of selection. It had, so to say, been purged of the trivial and superfluous. He had lived quick years down in the world, and up in the wilds time had been given him to organize the confused mass of his experiences. His superficial standards had been flung to the winds, and new standards erected on deeper and broader generalizations. Concerning civilization, he had gone away with one set of values, had returned with another set of values. Aided also by the earth smells in his nostrils and the earth sights in his eyes, he laid hold of the inner significance of civilization, beholding with clear vision its futilities and powers. It was a simple little philosophy he evolved. Clean living was the way to grace. Duty performed was sanctification. One must live clean and do his duty in order that he might work. Work was salvation. And to work toward life abundant and more abundant was to be in line with the scheme of things and the will of God. Primarily, he was off the city, and his fresh earth grip and virile conception of humanity gave him a finer sense of civilization, and endeared civilization to him. Day by day, the people of the city clung closer to him, and the world loomed more colossal. And, day by day, Alaska grew more remote and less real. And then he met Kitty Sharon, a woman of his own flesh and blood and kind, a woman who put her hand into his hand and drew him to her, till he forgot the day and hour and the time of year the first snow flies on the Yukon. Jees Uck moved into her grand log house and dreamed away 3 golden summer months. Then came the autumn, post-haste before the downrush of winter. The air grew thin and sharp, the days thin and short. The river ran sluggishly, and skin ice formed in the quiet eddies. All migratory life departed south, and silence fell upon the land. The first snow flurries came, and the last homing steamboat bucked desperately into the running mush ice. Then came the hard ice, solid cakes and sheets, till the Yukon ran level with its banks. And when all this ceased, the river stood still, and the blinking days lost themselves in the darkness. John Thompson, the new agent, laughed. But Jees Uck had faith in the mischances of sea and river. Neil Bonner might be frozen in anywhere between Chilkoot Pass and St. Michael's, for the last travellers of the year are always caught by the ice, when they exchange boat for sled and dash on through the long hours behind the flying dogs. But no flying dogs came up the trail, nor down the trail, to 20 Mile. And John Thompson told Jees Uck, with a certain gladness ill-concealed, that Bonner would never come back again. Also, and brutally, he suggested his own eligibility. Jees Uck laughed in his face and went back to her grand log house. But when midwinter came, when hope dies down and life is at its lowest ebb, Jees Uck found she had no credit at the store. This was Thompson's doing, and he rubbed his hands and walked up and down, and came to his door and looked up at Jees Uck's house, and waited. And he continued to wait. She sold her dog team to a party of miners and paid cash for her food, and when Thompson refused to honour even her coin, Toyad Indians made her purchases and sledded them up to her house in the dark. In February, the first post came in over the ice, and John Thompson read in the society column of a 5-month-old paper of the marriage of Neil Bonner and Kitty Sharon. Jees Uck held the door ajar and him outside while he imparted the information, and when he had done, laughed pridefully and did not believe. In March, and all alone, she gave birth to a man-child, a brave bit of new life at which she marvelled. And at that hour, a year later, Neil Bonner sat by another bed, marvelling at another bit of new life that had fared into the world. The snow went off the ground, and the ice broke out of the Yukon. The sun journeyed north and journeyed south again, and the money from the dogs being spent, Jees Uck went back to her own people. Oche Ish, a shrewd hunter, proposed to kill the meat for her and her babe and catch the salmon, if she would marry him. And Imigo, and Ha-Yo, and Wainuch, husky young hunters all, made similar proposals. But she elected to live alone and seek her own meat and fish. She sewed moccasins and parkas and mittens, warm, serviceable things and pleasing to the eye withal, what of the ornamental hair tufts and beadwork. These she sold to the miners who were drifting faster into the land each year. And not only did she win food that was good and plentiful, but she laid money by, and one day took passage on the Yukon Belle down the river. At St. Michael's, she washed dishes in the kitchen of the post. The servants of the company wondered at the remarkable woman with the remarkable child, though they asked no questions, and she vouchsafed nothing. But just before Bering Sea closed in for the year, she bought a passage south on a strayed sealing schooner. That winter, she cooked for Captain Markheim's household at Unalaska, and in the spring continued south to Sitka on a whiskey sloop. Later she appeared at Metlakatla, which is near to St. Mary's on the end of the Panhandle, where she worked in the cannery through the salmon season. When autumn came, and the Siwash fishermen prepared to return to Puget Sound, she embarked with a couple of families in a big cedar canoe, and with them she threaded the hazardous chaos of the Alaskan and Canadian coasts, till the Straits of Juan de Fuca were passed, and she led her boy by the hand up the hard pave of Seattle. There she met Sandy McPherson on a windy corner, very much surprised, and when he heard her story, very wroth. Not so wroth as he might have been had he known of Kitty Sharon. But of her, Jees Uck breathed no word, for she had never believed. Sandy, who read commonplace and sordid desertion into the circumstance, drove to dissuade her from her trip to San Francisco, where Neil Bonner was supposed to live when he was at home. And, having striven, he made her comfortable, bought her tickets and saw her off, the while smiling in her face and muttering, "Damn shame," into his beard. With roar and rumble, through daylight and dark, swaying and lurching between the dawns, soaring into the winter snows and sinking to summer valleys, skirting depths, leaping chasms, piercing mountains, Jees Uck and her boy were hurled south. But she had no fear of the iron stallion, nor was she stunned by this masterful civilization of Neil Bonner's people. It seemed rather that she saw with great clearness the wonder that a man of such godlike race had held her in his arms. The screaming medley of San Francisco, with its restless shipping, belching factories and thundering traffic did not confuse her. Instead, she comprehended swiftly the pitiful sordidness of 20 Mile and the skin-lodged Toyaat village. And she looked down at the boy that clutched her hand and wondered that she had borne him by such a man. She paid the hack driver 5 prices and went up the stone steps to Neil Bonner's front door. A slant-eyed Japanese parleyed with her for a fruitless space, then led her inside and disappeared. She remained in the hall, which to her simple fancy seemed to be the guest room, the show-place wherein were arrayed all the household treasures with the frank purpose of parade and dazzlement. The walls and ceilings were of oiled and panelled redwood. The floor was more glassy than glare ice, and she sought standing place on one of the great skins that gave a sense of security to the polished surface. A huge fireplace, an extravagant fireplace she deemed it, yawned in the farther wall. A flood of light, mellowed by stained glass, fell across the room, and from the far end came the white gleam of a marble figure. This much she saw, and more, when the slant-eyed servant led the way past another room, of which she caught a fleeting glance, and into a third, both of which dimmed the brave show of the entrance hall. To her eyes, the great house seemed to hold out a promise of endless similar rooms. There was such length and breadth to them, and the ceilings were so far away. For the first time since her advent into the white man's civilization, a feeling of awe laid hold of her. Neil, her Neil, lived in this house, breathed the air of it, and lay down at night and slept. It was beautiful, all this that she saw, and it pleased her. But she felt also the wisdom and mastery behind. It was the concrete expression of power in terms of beauty, and it was the power that she unerringly divined. And then came a woman, queenly tall, crowned with a glory of hair that was like a golden sun. She seemed to come toward Jees Uck as a ripple of music across still water. Her sweeping garment itself a song, her body playing rhythmically beneath. Jees Uck was herself a man-compeller. There were Ish and Imigo and Ha-yo and Wynooch, to say nothing of Neil Bonner and John Thompson and other white men that had looked upon her and felt her power. But she gazed upon the wide blue eyes and rose-white skin of this woman that advanced to meet her, and she measured her with woman's eyes looking through man's eyes, and as a man-compeller, she felt herself diminish and grow insignificant before this radiant and flashing creature. "You wish to see my husband?" the woman asked, and Jees Uck gasped at the liquid silver of a voice that had never sounded harsh cries at snarling wolf-dogs, nor moulded itself to a guttural speech, nor toughened in storm and frost and camp smoke. "No," Jees Uck answered slowly and gropingly, in order that she might do justice to her English. "I come to see Neil Bonner." "He is my husband," the woman laughed. Then it was true. John Thompson had not lied that bleak February day when she laughed pridefully and shut the door in his face. At once she had thrown Amos Pentley across her knee and ripped her knife into the air. So now she felt impelled to spring upon this woman and bear her back and down and tear the life out of her fair body. But Jees Uck was thinking quickly and gave no sign, and Kitty Bonner little dreamed how intimately she had for an instant been related with sudden death. Jees Uck nodded her head that she understood, and Kitty Bonner explained that Neil was expected at any moment. Then they sat down on ridiculously comfortable chairs, and Kitty sought to entertain her strange visitor, and Jees Uck strove to help her. "You knew my husband in the north?" Kitty asked once. "Sure. I wash clothes," Jees Uck had answered, her English abruptly beginning to grow atrocious. "And this is your boy? I have a little girl." Kitty caused her daughter to be brought, and while the children, after their manner, struck an acquaintance, the mothers indulged in the talk of mothers, and drank tea from cups so fragile that Jees Uck feared lest hers should crumble to pieces between her fingers. Never had she seen such cups, so delicate and dainty. In her mind she compared them with the woman who poured the tea, and there uprose in contrast the gourds and pannikins of the Toyat village and the clumsy mugs of 20 Mile, to which she likened herself. And in such fashion and such terms the problem presented itself. She was beaten. There was a woman other than herself, better fitted to bear and upbring Neil Bonner's children. Just as his people exceeded her people, so did his womankind exceed her. They were the man-compellers, as their man were the world-compellers. She looked at the rose-white tenderness of Kitty Bonner's skin, and remembered the sunbeat on her own face. Likewise, she looked from brown hand to white, the one work-worn and hardened by whip-handle and paddle, the other as guiltless of toil and soft as a new-born babe's. And, for all the obvious softness and apparent weakness, Jees Uck looked into the blue eyes and saw the mastery she had seen in Neil Bonner's eyes and in the eyes of Neil Bonner's people. "Why, it's Jees Uck," Neil Bonner said when he entered. He said it calmly, with even a ring of joyful cordiality, coming over to her and shaking both her hands, but looking into her eyes with a worry in his own that she understood. "Hello, Neil," she said. "You look much good." "Fine, fine, Jees Uck," he answered heartily, though secretly studying Kitty for some sign of what had passed between the two. Yet he knew his wife too well to expect, even though the worst had passed, such a sign. "Well, I can't say how glad I am to see you," he went on. "What's happened? Did you strike a mine? And when did you get in?" "Oh, I get in today," she replied, her voice instinctively seeking its guttural parts. "I no strike it, Neil. You know Captain Markheim, Unalaska? I cook his house, long time, no spend money. By plenty. Pretty good, I think. Go down and see white man's land, very fine." "White man's land, very fine," she added. Her English puzzled him, for Sandy and he had sought constantly to better her speech, and she had proved an apt pupil. Now it seemed that she had sunk back into her race. Her face was guileless, stolidly guileless, giving no cue. Kitty's untroubled brow likewise baffled him. What had happened? How much had been said, and how much guessed? While he wrestled with these questions, and while Jees Uck wrestled with her problem, never had he looked so wonderful and great. A silence fell. "To think that you knew my husband in Alaska," Kitty said softly. "Knew him?" Jees Uck could not forbear a glance at the boy she had borne him, and his eyes followed hers mechanically to the window where played the two children. An iron band seemed to tighten across his forehead, his knees went weak, and his heart leaped up and pounded like a fist against his breast. His boy! He had never dreamed it. Little Kitty Bonner, fairy-like in gauzy lawn, with pinkest of cheeks and bluest of dancing eyes, arms outstretched and lips puckered in invitation, was striving to kiss the boy. And the boy, lean and lithe, sun-beaten and browned, skin-clad, and in hair-fringed and hair-tufted mukluks that showed the wear of the sea and rough work, coolly withstood her advances, his body straight and stiff with the peculiar erectness common to children of savage people. A stranger in a strange land, unabashed and unafraid, he appeared more like an untamed animal, silent and watchful, his black eyes flashing from face to face, quiet so long as quiet endured, but prepared to spring and fight and tear and scratch for life at the first sign of danger. The contrast between boy and girl was striking, but not pitiful. There was too much strength in the boy for that, waif that he was of the generation of Shpack, Spike O'Brien and Bonner. In his features, clean cut as a cameo and almost classic in their severity, there were the power and achievement of his father and his grandfather, and the one known as the Big Fat, who was captured by the Sea People and escaped to Kamchatka. Neil Bonner fought his emotion down, swallowed it down, and choked over it, though his face smiled with good humour and the joy with which one meets a friend. "Your boy, eh, Jees Uck?" he said, and then turning to Kitty, "Handsome fellow. He'll do something with those two hands of his in this our world." Kitty nodded concurrence. "What is your name?" she asked. The young savage flashed his quick eyes upon her and dwelt over her for a space, seeking out, as it were, the motive beneath the question. "Neil," he answered deliberately when the scrutiny had satisfied him. "Injun talk," Jees Uck interposed, glibly manufacturing languages on the spur of the moment. "Him Injun talk, Neal, all the same cracker. Him baby, him like cracker, him cry for cracker, him say Neal, Neal, all time him say Neal. Then I say that name all time, Neal." Never did sound more blessed fall upon Neil Bonner's ear than that lie from Jees Uck's lips. It was the cue, and he knew there was reason for Kitty's untroubled brow. "And his father?" Kitty asked. "He must be a fine man." "Why, yes," was the reply. "I'm father fine man, sure." "Did you know him, Neil?" queried Kitty. "Know him? Most intimately," Neil answered, and harked back to dreary 20 Mile and the man alone in the silence with his thoughts. And here might well end the story of Jees Uck, but for the crown she put upon her renunciation. When she returned to the north to dwell in her grand log house, John Thompson found that the PC Company could make a shift somehow to carry on its business without his aid. Also, the new agent and the succeeding agents received instructions that the woman Jees Uck should be given whatsoever goods and grub she desired, in whatsoever quantities she ordered, and that no charge should be placed upon the books. Further, the company paid yearly to the woman Jees Uck a pension of $5,000. When he had attained suitable age, Father Champreau laid hands upon the boy, and the time was not long when Jees Uck received letters regularly from the Jesuit college in Maryland. Later on, these letters came from Italy, and still later from France, and in the end there returned to Alaska one Father Neil, a man mighty for good in the land, who loved his mother, and who ultimately went into a wider field and rose to high authority in the order. Jees Uck was a young woman when she went back into the north, and men still looked upon her and yearned, but she lived straight, and no breath was ever raised save in commendation. She stayed for a while with the good sisters at Holy Cross, where she learned to read and write, and became versed in practical medicine and surgery. After that, she returned to her grand log house and gathered about her the young girls of the Toyaat village to show them the way of their feet in the world. It is neither Protestant nor Catholic, this school in the house built by Neil Bonner for Jees Uck, his wife, but the missionaries of all the sects look upon it with equal favour. The latch-string is always out, and tired prospectors and trail-weary men turn aside from the flowing river or frozen trail to rest there for a space and be warm by her fire. And, down in the States, Kitty Bonner is pleased at the interest her husband takes in Alaskan education and the large sums he devotes to that purpose, and though she often smiles and chaffs, deep down and secretly she is but the prouder of him. Read by Cora MacDonald for Ardus Books, July 2005. The Story of Keesh. Keesh lived long ago on the rim of the polar sea, was headman of his village through many and prosperous years, and died full of honours, with his name on the lips of men. So long ago did he live that only the old men remember his name and the tale, which they got from the old men before them, and which the old men to come will tell to their children and their children's children down to the end of time. And the winter darkness, when the north gales make their long sweep across the ice pack, and the air is filled with flying white, and no man may venture forth, is the chosen time for the telling of how Keesh, from the poorest igloo in the village, rose to power and place over them all. He was a bright boy, so the tale runs, healthy and strong, and he had seen 13 suns, in their way of reckoning time. For each winter the sun leaves the land in darkness, and the next year a new sun returns, so that they may be warm again, and look upon one another's faces. The father of Keesh had been a very brave man, but he had met his death in a time of famine, when he sought to save the lives of his people by taking the life of a great polar bear. In his eagerness, he came to close grapples with the bear, and his bones were crushed. But the bear had much meat on him, and the people were saved. Keesh was his only son, and after that Keesh lived alone with his mother. But the people are prone to forget, and they forgot the deed of his father, and he being but a boy, and his mother only a woman, they too were swiftly forgotten, and ere long came to live in the meanest of all the igloos. It was at a council one night in the big igloo of Cloche Quan, the chief, that Keesh showed the blood that ran in his veins and the manhood that stiffened his back. With the dignity of an elder, he rose to his feet and waited for silence amid the babble of voices. "It is true that meat be apportioned me and mine," he said, "but it is oft times old and tough, this meat, and moreover, It has an unusual quantity of bones." The hunters, grizzled and grey, and lusty and young, were aghast. The like had never been known before. A child that talked like a grown man and said harsh things to their very faces. But steadily and with seriousness, Keesh went on. "For that I know my father Bok was a great hunter, I speak these words. It is said that Bok brought home more meat than any of the 2 best hunters, that with his own hands he attended to the division of it, that with his own eyes he saw to it, that the least old woman and the last old man received fair share." "Na, na," the men cried, "put the child out, send him off to bed. He is no man that he should talk to men and greybeards." He waited calmly till the uproar died down. "Thou hast a wife, Uch Gluk," he said, "and for her dost thou speak. And thou too, Masuk, a mother also, and for them dost thou speak. My mother has no one save me, wherefore I speak. As I say, though Bok be dead because he hunted over keenly, it is just that I, who am his son, and that Ikiga, who is my mother and was his wife, should have meat in plenty, so long as there be meat in plenty in the tribe. I, Keesh, the son of Bok, have spoken." He sat down, his ears keenly alert to the flood of protest and indignation his words had created. "That a boy should speak in council," old Uch Gluk was mumbling. "Shall the babes in arms tell us men the things we shall do?" Masuk demanded in a loud voice. "Am I a man that I should be made a mock by every child that cries for meat?" The anger boiled to white heat. They ordered him to bed, threatened that he should have no meat at all, and promised him sore beatings for his presumption. Keesh's eyes began to flash, and the blood to pound darkly under his skin. In the midst of the abuse, he sprang to his feet. "Hear me, ye men," he cried. "Never shall I speak in the council again, never again, till the men come to me and say, 'It is well, Keesh, that thou shouldst speak. It is well, and it is our wish.' Take this now, ye men, for my last word. Bok, my father, was a great hunter. I, too, his son, shall go and hunt the meat that I eat. And be it known now, that the division of that which I kill shall be fair. And no widow nor weak one shall cry in the night because there is no meat, when the strong men are groaning in great pain, for that they have eaten overmuch. And in the days to come, there shall be shame upon the strong men who have eaten overmuch. I, Keesh, have said it." Jeers and scornful laughter followed him out of the igloo, but his jaw was set, and he went his way, looking neither to right nor left. The next day, he went forth along the shoreline where the ice and the land met together. Those who saw him go noted that he carried his bow, with a goodly supply of bone-barbed arrows, and that across his shoulder was his father's big hunting spear. And there was laughter and much talk at the event. It was an unprecedented occurrence. Never did boys of his tender age go forth to hunt, much less to hunt alone. Also were there shaking of heads and prophetic mutterings, and the women looked pityingly at Ikiga, and her face was grave and sad. "He will be back ere long," they said cheeringly. "Let him go. It'll teach him a lesson," the hunters said. "And he will come back shortly, and he will be meek and soft of speech in the days to follow." But a day passed, and a second, and on the third a wild gale blew, and there was no Keesh. Ikiga tore her hair, and put soot of the seal oil on her face in token of her grief, and the women assailed the men with bitter words, in that they had mistreated the boy and sent him to his death. And the men made no answer, preparing to go in search of the body when the storm abated. Early next morning, however, Keesh strode into the village, but he came not shamefacedly. Across his shoulders he bore a burden of fresh-killed meat, and there was importance in his step and arrogance in his speech. "Go, ye men, with the dogs and sledges, and take my trail for the better part of a day's travel," he said. "There is much meat on the ice, a she-bear and 2 half-grown cubs." Ikiga was overcome with joy, but he received her demonstrations in man-like fashion, saying, "Come, Ikiga, let us eat, and after that I shall sleep, for I am weary." And he passed into their igloo and ate profoundly, and after that slept for 20 running hours. There was much doubt at first, much doubt and discussion. The killing of a polar bear is very dangerous, and thrice dangerous is it, and 3 times thrice, to kill a mother bear with her cubs. The men could not bring themselves to believe that the boy Keesh, single-handed, had accomplished so great a marvel. But the women spoke of the fresh-killed meat he had brought on his back, and this was an overwhelming argument against their unbelief. So they finally departed, grumbling greatly that in all probability, if the thing were so, he had neglected to cut up the carcasses. Now in the north, it is very necessary that this should be done as soon as the kill is made. If not, the meat freezes so solidly as to turn the edge of the sharpest knife. And a 300-pound bear, frozen stiff, is no easy thing to put upon a sled and haul over the rough ice. But, arrived at the spot, they found not only the kill, which they had doubted, but that Keesh had quartered the beasts in true hunter fashion, and removed the entrails. Thus began the mystery of Keesh, a mystery that deepened and deepened with the passing of the days. His very next trip he killed a young bear nearly full-grown, and on the trip following a large male bear and his mate. He was ordinarily gone for 3 to 4 days, although it was nothing unusual for him to stay away a week at a time on the ice field. Always he declined company on these expeditions, and the people marvelled. "How does he do it?" they demanded of one another. "Never does he take a dog with him, and dogs are of such great help too." "Why dost thou hunt only bear?" Cloche Quan once ventured to ask him. And Keesh made fitting answer. "It is well known that there is more meat on the bear," he said. But there was also talk of witchcraft in the village. "He hunts with evil spirits," some of the people contended, "wherefore his hunting is rewarded. How else can it be, save that he hunts with evil spirits?" "Maybe they be not evil but good, these spirits," others said. "It is known that his father was a mighty hunter. May not his father hunt with him, so that he may attain excellence and patience and understanding? Who knows?" Nonetheless, his success continued, and the less skilful hunters were often kept busy hauling in his meat. And in the division of it he was just. As his father had done before him, he saw to it that the least old woman and the last old man received a fair portion, keeping no more for himself than his needs required. And because of this, and of his merit as a hunter, he was looked upon with respect and even awe, and there was talk of making him chief after old Cloche Quan. Because of the things he had done, they looked for him to appear again in the council. But he never came, and they were ashamed to ask. "I am minded to build me an igloo," he said one day to Cloche Quan and a number of the hunters. "It shall be a large igloo, wherein Ikiga and I can dwell in comfort." "Aye," they nodded gravely. "But I have no time. My business is hunting, and it takes all my time. So it is but just that the men and women of the village who eat my meat should build me my igloo." And the igloo was built accordingly, on a generous scale which exceeded even the dwelling of Cloche Quan. Keesh and his mother moved into it, and it was the first prosperity she had enjoyed since the death of Bok. Nor was material prosperity alone hers, for, because of her wonderful son and the position he had given her, she came to be looked upon as the first woman in all the village, and the women were given to visiting her, to asking her advice, and to quoting her wisdom when arguments arose among themselves or with the men. But it was the mystery of Keesh's marvellous hunting that took chief place in all their minds. And one day Gluk taxed him with witchcraft to his face. "It is charged," Gluk said ominously, "that thou dealest with evil spirits, wherefore thy hunting is rewarded." "Is not the meat good?" Keesh made answer. "Has one in the village yet to fall sick from the eating of it? How dost thou know that witchcraft be concerned? Or dost thou guess, in the dark, merely because of the envy that consumes thee?" And Gluk withdrew discomfited, the women laughing at him as he walked away. But in the council one night, after long deliberation, it was determined to put spies on his track when he went forth to hunt, so that his methods might be learned. So on his next trip, Bim and Born, 2 young men, and of hunters the craftiest, followed after him, taking care not to be seen. After 5 days they returned, their eyes bulging and their tongues a-tremble, to tell what they had seen. The council was hastily called in Cloche Quan's dwelling, and Bim took up the tale. "Brothers, as commanded, we journeyed on the trail of Keesh, and cunningly we journeyed, so that he might not know. And midway of the first day, he picked up with a great he-bear. It was a very great bear." "None greater," Born corroborated, and went on himself. "Yet was the bear not inclined to fight, for he turned away and made off slowly over the ice. This we saw from the rocks of the shore, and the bear came toward us, and after him came Keesh, very much unafraid. But he shouted harsh words after the bear, and waved his arms about and made much noise. Then did the bear grow angry and rise up on his hind legs and growl. But Keesh walked right up to the bear. "Aye," Bim continued the story, "right up to the bear Keesh walked. And the bear took after him, and Keesh ran away. But as he ran, he dropped a little round ball on the ice, and the bear stopped and smelled of it, then swallowed it up. And Keesh continued to run away and drop little round balls, and the bear continued to swallow them up." Exclamations and cries of doubt were being made, and Gluk expressed open unbelief. "With our own eyes we saw it," Bim affirmed. And Born, "Aye, with our own eyes," and this continued until the bear stood suddenly upright and cried aloud in pain, and thrashed his forepaws madly about. And Keesh continued to make off over the ice to a safe distance. But the bear gave him no notice, being occupied with the misfortune the little round balls had wrought within him. "Aye, within him," Bim interrupted, "for he did claw at himself and leap about over the ice like a playful puppy. Save from the way he growled and squealed, it was plain it was not play, but pain. Never did I see such a sight." "Nay, never was such a sight seen," Born took up the strain, "and furthermore, It was such a large bear. "Witchcraft," Gluk suggested. "I know not," Born replied. "I tell only of what my eyes beheld." And after a while the bear grew weak and tired, for he was very heavy, and he had jumped about with exceeding violence. And he went off along the shore ice, shaking his head slowly from side to side, and sitting down ever and again to squeal and cry. And Keesh followed after the bear, and we followed after Keesh. And for that day and 3 days more we followed. The bear grew weak and never ceased crying from his pain. "It was a charm," Gluk exclaimed. "Surely it was a charm." "It may well be." And Bim relieved Born. The bear wandered now this way and now that, doubling back and forth and crossing his trail in circles, so that at the end he was near where Keesh had first come upon him. By this time he was quite sick, the bear, and could crawl no farther, so Keesh came up close and speared him to death. "And then?" Cloche Quan demanded. "Then we left Keesh skinning the bear and came running, that the news of the killing might be told." And in the afternoon of that day, the women hauled in the meat of the bear, while the men sat in council assembled. When Keesh arrived, a messenger was sent to him, bidding him come to the council. But he sent reply, saying that he was hungry and tired, also that his igloo was large and comfortable and could hold many men. And curiosity was so strong on the men that the whole council, Cloche Quan to the fore, rose up and went to the igloo of Keesh. He was eating, but he received them with respect and seated them according to their rank. Ikiga was proud and embarrassed by turns, but Keesh was quite composed. Cloche Quan recited the information brought by Bim and Born, and at its close said in a stern voice, "So, explanation is wanted, O Keesh, of thy manner of hunting. Is there witchcraft in it?" Keesh looked up and smiled. "Nay, O Cloche Quan, it is not for a boy to know aught of witches, and of witches I know nothing. I have but devised a means whereby I may kill the ice bear with ease, and that is all. It is headcraft, not witchcraft." "And may any man?" "Any man." There was a long silence. The men looked in one another's faces, and Keesh went on eating. And wilt thou tell us, O Keesh?" Cloche Quan finally asked in a tremulous voice. "Yea, I will tell thee." Keesh finished sucking a marrow bone and rose to his feet. "It is quite simple. Behold." He picked up a thin strip of whalebone and showed it to them. The ends were sharp as needle points. The strip he coiled carefully till it disappeared in his hand. Then suddenly, releasing it, it sprang straight again. He picked up a piece of blubber. "So," he said, "one takes a small chunk of blubber, thus, and thus makes it hollow. Then into the hollow goes the whalebone, so, tightly coiled, and another piece of blubber is fitted over the whalebone. After that it is put outside where it freezes into a little round ball. The bear swallows the little round ball. The blubber melts. The whalebone with its sharp ends stands out straight. The bear gets sick, and when the bear is very sick, why, you kill him with a spear. It is quite simple." And Gluk said, "Oh." And Cloche Quan said, "Ah." And each said something after his own manner, and all understood. And this is the story of Keesh, who lived long ago on the rim of the polar sea, Because he exercised headcraft and not witchcraft, he rose from the meanest igloo to be headman of his village. And through all the years that he lived, it is related, his tribe was prosperous, and neither widow nor weak one cried aloud in the night, because there was no meat. The White Man's Way. To cook by your fire, and to sleep under your roof for the night, I had announced on entering old Ebbet's cabin, and he had looked at me blear-eyed and vacuous, while Zillah had favoured me with a sour face and a contemptuous grunt. Zillah was his wife, and no more bitter-tongued, implacable old squaw dwelt on the Yukon. Nor would I have stopped there had my dogs been less tired, or had the rest of the village been inhabited. But this cabin alone had I found occupied, and in this cabin, perforce, I took my shelter. Old Ebbets, now and again, pulled his tangled wits together, and hints and sparkles of intelligence came and went in his eyes. Several times, during the preparation of my supper, he even essayed hospitable inquiries about my health, the condition and number of my dogs, and the distance I had travelled that day. And each time Zillah had looked sourer than ever, and grunted more contemptuously. Yet I confess that there was no particular call for cheerfulness on their part. There they crouched by the fire, the pair of them, at the end of their days, old and withered and helpless, racked by rheumatism, bitten by hunger, and tantalized by the frying odours of my abundance of meat. They rocked back and forth in a slow and hopeless way, and regularly, once every 5 minutes, Ebbets emitted a low groan. It was not so much a groan of pain as of pain-weariness. He was oppressed by the weight and the torment of this thing called life, and still more was he oppressed by the fear of death. His was that eternal tragedy of the aged, with whom the joy of life has departed, and the instinct for death has not come. When my moose meat spluttered rowdily in the frying-pan, I noticed old Ebbet's nostrils twitch and distend as he caught the food scent. He ceased rocking for a space and forgot to groan, while a look of intelligence seemed to come into his face. Zillah, on the other hand, rocked more rapidly, and for the first time, in sharp little yelps, voiced her pain. It came to me that their behaviour was like that of hungry dogs, and in the fitness of things I should not have been astonished had Zillah suddenly developed a tail and thumped it on the floor in right doggish fashion. Ebbets drooled a little and stopped his rocking very frequently to lean forward and thrust his tremulous nose nearer to the source of gustatory excitement. When I passed them each a plate of the fried meat, they ate greedily, making loud mouth noises, champings of worn teeth and sucking intakes of the breath, accompanied by a continuous spluttering and mumbling. After that, when I gave them each a mug of scalding tea, the noises ceased. Easement and content came into their faces. Zillah relaxed her sour mouth long enough to sigh her satisfaction. Neither rocked any more, and they seemed to have fallen into placid meditation. Then a dampness came into Ebbet's eyes, and I knew that the sorrow of self-pity was his. The search required to find their pipes told plainly that they had been without tobacco a long time, and the old man's eagerness for the narcotic rendered him helpless, so that I was compelled to light his pipe for him. "Why are you all alone in the village?" I asked. "Is everybody dead? Has there been a great sickness? Are you alone left of the living?" Old Ebbets shook his head, saying,
Nay, there has been no great sickness. The village has gone away to hunt meat. We be too old. Our legs are not strong, nor can our backs carry the burdens of camp and trail. Wherefore, we remain here, and wonder when the young men will return with meat.
What if the young men do return with meat? Zillah demanded harshly.
They may return with much meat, he quavered hopefully.
Even so with much meat, she continued more harshly than before. But of what worth to you and me? A few bones to gnaw in our toothless old age. But the back fat, the kidneys, and the tongues, these shall go into other mouths than thine and mine, old man.
Ebbets nodded his head and wept silently.
There be no one to hunt meat for us, she cried, turning fiercely upon me.
There was accusation in her manner, and I shrugged my shoulders in token that I was not guilty of the unknown crime imputed to me.
Know, O white man, that it is because of thy kind, because of all white men, that my man and I have no meat in our old age, and sit without tobacco in the cold.
Nay, Ebbets said gravely, with a stricter sense of justice.
Wrong has been done us, it be true, but the white men did not mean the wrong. Where be Moklan? She demanded. Where be thy strong son Moklan, and the fish he was ever willing to bring that you might eat?
The old man shook his head.
And where be Bidarshik, thy strong son? Ever was he a mighty hunter, and ever did he bring thee the good back fat, and the sweet dried tongues of the moose and the caribou? I see no back fat, and no sweet dried tongues. Your stomach is full of emptiness through the days, and it is for a man of a very miserable and lying people to give you to eat.
Nay, old Ebbets interposed in kindliness. The white man's is not a lying people. The white man speaks true. Always does the white man speak true. He paused, casting about him for words wherewith to temper the severity of what he was about to say. But the white man speaks true in different ways. Today he speaks true one way. Tomorrow he speaks true another way. And there is no understanding him, nor his way. Today speak true one way, tomorrow speak true another way, which is to lie, was Zillah's dictum. There is no understanding the white man, Ebbets went on doggedly. The meat and the tea and the tobacco seemed to have brought him back to life, and he gripped tighter hold of the ideas behind his age-bleared eyes. He straightened up somewhat. His voice lost its querulous and whimpering note, and became strong and positive. He turned upon me with dignity, and addressed me as equal addresses equal. "The white man's eyes are not shut," he began. "The white man sees all things, and thinks greatly, and is very wise. But the white man of one day is not the white man of next day, and there is no understanding him. He does not do things always in the same way, and what way his next way is to be one cannot know. Always does the Indian do the one thing in the one way. Always does the moose come down from the high mountains when the winter is here. Always does the salmon come in the spring when the ice has gone out of the river. Always does everything do all things in the same way, and the Indian knows and understands. But the white man does not do all things in the same way, and the Indian does not know nor understand. Tobacco be very good. It be food to the hungry man. It makes the strong man stronger, and the angry man to forget that he is angry. Also is tobacco of value. It is of very great value. The Indian gives 1 large salmon for 1 leaf of tobacco, and he chews the tobacco for a long time. It is the juice of the tobacco that is good. When it runs down his throat, it makes him feel good inside. But the white man, when his mouth is full with the juice, what does he do? That juice of great value, he spits it out in the snow, and it is lost. Does the white man like tobacco? I do not know. But if he likes tobacco, why does he spit out its value and lose it in the snow? It is a great foolishness, and without understanding. He ceased, puffed at the pipe, found that it was out, and passed it over to Zillah, who took the sneer at the white man off her lips in order to pucker them about the pipe stem. Ebbets seemed sinking back into his senility with a tale untold, and I demanded, "What of thy sons, Moklan and Bidarshik? And why is it that you and your old woman are without meat at the end of your years?" He roused himself as from sleep and straightened up with an effort. "It is not good to steal," he said. "When the dog takes your meat, you beat the dog with a club. Such is the law. It is the law the man gave to the dog, and the dog must live to the law, else will it suffer the pain of the club. When man takes your meat, or your canoe, or your wife, you kill that man. That is the law, and it is a good law. It is not good to steal, wherefore it is the law that the man who steals must die. Whoso breaks the law must suffer hurt. It is a great hurt to die." "But if you kill the man, why do you not kill the dog?" I asked. Old Ebbets looked at me in childlike wonder, while Zillah sneered openly at the absurdity of my question. "It is the way of the white man," Ebbets mumbled with an air of resignation. "It is the foolishness of the white man," snapped Zillah. "Then let old Ebbets teach the white man wisdom," I said softly. "The dog is not killed because it must pull the sled of the man. No man pulls another man's sled, wherefore the man is killed." "Oh," I murmured. "That is the law," old Ebbets went on. "Now listen, O white man, and I will tell you of a great foolishness. There is an Indian. His name is Mobbets. From white man he steals 2 pounds of flour. What does the white man do? Does he beat Mobbets? No. Does he kill Mobbets? No. What does he do to Mobbets? I will tell you, O white man. He has a house. He puts Mobbets in that house. The roof is good, the walls are thick. He makes a fire that Mobbets may be warm. He gives Mobbets plenty grub to eat. It is good grub. Never in his all days does Mobbets eat so good grub. There is bacon and bread and beans without end. Mobbets have very good time. There is a big lock on door so that Mobbets does not run away. This also is great foolishness. Mobbets will not run away. All the time is there plenty grub in that place, and warm blankets, and a big fire. Very foolish to run away. Mobbets is not foolish. 3 months Mobbets stop in that place. He steal 2 pounds of flour. For that, White man take plenty good care of him. Mobbits eat many pounds of flour, many pounds of sugar, of bacon, of beans without end. Also, mobbits drink much tea. After 3 months, white man open door and tell mobbits he must go. Mobbits does not want to go. He is like dog that is fed long time in one place. He want to stay in that place, and the white man must drive mobbits away. So mobbits come back to this village, and he is very fat. That is the white man's way, and there is no understanding it. It is a foolishness, a great foolishness. But thy sons, I insisted, thy very strong sons, and thine old age hunger. There was Moklan, Ebbets began. A strong man, interrupted the mother. He could dip paddle all of a day and night, and never stop for the need of rest. He was wise in the way of the salmon, and in the way of the water. He was very wise. There was Moklan, Ebbets repeated, ignoring the interruption. In the spring, he went down the Yukon with the young men to trade at Campbell Fort. There is a post there, filled with the goods of the white man, and a trader whose name is Jones. Likewise is there a white man's medicine man, what you call missionary. Also is there bad water at Campbell Fort, where the Yukon goes slim like a maiden, and the water is fast, and the currents rush this way and that, and come together, and there are whirls and sucks, and always are the currents changing, and the face of the water changing, so at any 2 times it is never the same. Moklan is my son, wherefore he is brave man. Was not my father brave man? Zillah demanded. Thy father was brave man, Ebbets acknowledged, with the air of one who will keep peace in the house at any cost. Moklan is thy son and mine, wherefore he is brave. Maybe because of thy very brave father, Moklan is too brave. It is like when too much water is put in the pot, it spills over. So too much bravery is put into Moklan, and the bravery spills over. The young men are much afraid of the bad water at Campbell Fort, but Moklan is not afraid. He laughs strong, ho, ho, and he goes forth into the bad water. But where the currents come together, the canoe is turned over. A whirl takes Moklan by the legs, and he goes around and around and down and down, and is seen no more. Aye, aye, wailed Zillah. Crafty and wise was he, and my firstborn. I am the father of Moklan, Ebbets said, having patiently given the woman space for her noise. I get into canoe and journey down to Campbell Fort to collect the debt. Debt? I interrupted. What debt? The debt of Jones, who is chief trader, came the answer. Such is the law of travel in a strange country. I shook my head in token of my ignorance, and Ebbets looked compassion at me, while Zillah snorted her customary contempt. Look you, O white man, he said. In thy camp is a dog that bites. When the dog bites a man, you give that man a present because you are sorry, and because it is thy dog. You make payment. Is it not so? Also, if you have in thy country bad hunting, or bad water, you must make payment. It is just. It is the law. Did not my father's brother go over into the Tanana country and get killed by a bear? And did not the Tanana tribe pay my father many blankets and fine furs. It was just. It was bad hunting, and the Tanana people made payment for the bad hunting. So I, Ebbets, journeyed down to Campbell Fort to collect the debt. Jones, who is chief trader, looked at me, and he laughed. He made great laughter, and would not give payment. I went to the medicine man, what you call missionary, and had large talk about the bad water and the payment that should be mine. And the missionary made talk about other things. He talk about where Moklan has gone, now he is dead. There be large fires in that place, and if missionary make true talk, I know that Moklan will be cold no more. Also, the missionary talk about where I shall go when I am dead, and he say bad things. He say that I am blind, which is a lie. He say that I am in great darkness, which is a lie. And I say that the day come and the night come for everybody just the same, and that in my village it is no more dark than at Campbell Fort. Also I say that darkness and light, and where we go when we die, be different things from the manner of payment of just debt for bad water. Then the missionary make large anger, and call me bad names of darkness, and tell me to go away. And so I come back from Campbell Fort, and no payment has been made, and Moklan is dead. And in my old age I am without fish and meat.
Because of the white man, said Zillah.
Because of the white man, Ebbets concurred. And other things because of the white man. There was Biddershik. One way did the white man deal with him, and yet another way, for the same thing, did the white man deal with Yamikan. And first must I tell you of Yamikan, who was a young man of this village, and who chanced to kill a white man. It is not good to kill a man of another people. Always is there great trouble. It was not the fault of Yamikan that he killed the white man. Yamikan spoke always soft words and ran away from wrath as a dog from a stick. But this white man drank much whiskey, and in the night time came to Yamikan's house and made much fight. Yamikan cannot run away, and the white man tries to kill him. Yamikan does not like to die, so he kills the white man. Then is all the village in great trouble. We are much afraid that we must make large payment to the white man's people, and we hide our blankets and our furs and all our wealth, so that it will seem that we are poor people and can make only small payment. After long time white men come. They are soldier white men, and they take Yamikan away with them. His mother make great noise and throw ashes in her hair, for she knows Yamikan is dead, and all the village knows that Yamikan is dead, and is glad that no payment is asked. That is in the spring, when the ice has gone out of the river. 1 year go by, 2 years go by. It is springtime again, and the ice has gone out of the river. And then Yamikan, who is dead, comes back to us, and he is not dead, but very fat, and we know he has slept warm and had plenty grub to eat. He has much fine clothes, and is all the same white man, and he has gathered large wisdom, so that he is very quick headman in the village. And he has strange things to tell of the way of the white man, for he has seen much of the white man, and done a great travel into the white man's country. First place, soldier white men take him down the river long way. All the way do they take him down the river to the end, where it runs into a lake, which is larger than all the land and large as the sky. I do not know the Yukon is so big river, but Yamikan has seen with his own eyes. I do not think there is a lake larger than all the land and large as the sky, but Yamikan has seen. Also, he has told me that the waters of this lake be salt, which is a strange thing and beyond understanding. But the white man knows all these marvels for himself, so I shall not weary him with the telling of them. Only will I tell what happened to Yamikan. The white man give Yamikan much fine grub. All the time does Yamikan eat, and all the time is there plenty more grub. The white man lives under the sun, so said Yamikan, where there be much warmth, and animals have only hair and no fur, and the green things grow large and strong and become flour and beans and potatoes. And under the sun there is never famine. Always is there plenty grub. I do not know. Yamikan has said. And here is a strange thing that befell Yamikan. Never did the white man hurt him. Only did they give him warm bed at night and plenty fine grub. They take him across the salt lake, which is big as the sky. He is on white man's fireboat, what you call steamboat. Only he is on boat maybe 20 times bigger than steamboat on Yukon. Also, it is made of iron, this boat, and yet does not sink. This I do not understand. But Yamikan has said, I have journeyed far on the iron boat. Behold, I am still alive. It is a white man's soldier boat, with many soldier men upon it. After many sleeps of travel, a long, long time, Yamikan comes to the land where there is no snow. I cannot believe this. It is not in the nature of things that when winter comes there shall be no snow. But Yamikan has seen. Also have I asked the white men, and they have said yes, there is no snow in that country. But I cannot believe. And now I ask you, if snow never come in that country? Also I would hear the name of that country. I have heard the name before, but I would hear it again. If it be the same, thus will I know if I have heard lies or true talk. Old Ebbets regarded me with a wistful face. He would have the truth at any cost, although it was his desire to retain his faith in the marvel he had never seen. Yes, I answered, it is true talk that you have heard. There is no snow in that country, and its name is California. California, he mumbled twice and thrice, listening intently to the sound of the syllables as they fell from his lips. He nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, it is the same country of which Yamikan made talk. I recognized the adventure of Yamikan as one likely to occur in the early days when Alaska first passed into the possession of the United States. Such a murder case occurring before the installment of territorial law and officials might well have been taken down to the United States for trial before a federal court. When Yamikan is in this country where there is no snow, old Ebbets continued, he is taken to large house where many men make much talk. Long time men talk. Also many questions do they ask Yamikan. By and by they tell Yamikan he have no more trouble. Yamikan does not understand, for never has he had any trouble. All the time they have given him warm place to sleep and plenty grub. But after that they give him much better grub, and they give him money, and he see many strange things which are beyond the understanding of Ebbets, who is an old man and has not journeyed far. After 2 years, Yamikan comes back to this village, and he is head man, and very wise until he dies. But before he dies, many times does he sit by my fire and make talk of the strange things he has seen. And Bidarshik, who is my son, sits by the fire and listens, and his eyes are very wide and large because of the things he hears. One night, after Yamikan has gone home, Bidarshik stands up, so very tall, and he strikes his chest with his fist and says, "When I am man, I shall journey in far places, even to the land where there is no snow, and see things for myself." "Always did Bidarshik journey in far places," Zillah interrupted proudly. "It is true," Ebbets assented gravely. "And always did he return to sit by the fire, and hunger for yet other and unknown far places. And always did he remember the salt water as big as the sky, and the country under the sun where there is no snow," quoth Scylla. "And always did he say, 'When I have the full strength of a man, I will go and see for myself if the talk of Yamikan be true talk,'" said Ebbets. "But there is no way to go to the white man's country," said Zillah. "Did he not go down to the salt lake that is big as the sky?" Ebbets demanded. "And there was no way for him across the salt lake," said Zillah. "Save in the white man's fireboat, which is of iron, and is bigger than 20 steamboats on the Yukon," said Ebbets. He scowled at Zillah, whose withered lips were again writhing into speech, and compelled her to silence. But the white man would not let him cross the salt lake in the fireboat, and he returned to sit by the fire and hunger for the country under the sun where there is no snow. "Yet on the salt water had he seen the fireboat of iron that did not sink," cried out Zillah the irrepressible. "Aye," said Ebbets, "and he saw that Yamikan had made true talk of the things he had seen, but there was no way for Bidarshik to journey to the white man's land under the sun, and he grew sick and weary like an old man, and moved not away from the fire. No longer did he go forth to kill meat." "And no longer did he eat the meat placed before him," Zillah broke in. "He would shake his head and say, 'Only do I care to eat the grub of the white man, and grow fat after the manner of Yamikan.'" "And he did not eat the meat," Ebbets went on. "And the sickness of Bidarshik grew into a great sickness, until I thought he would die. It was not a sickness of the body, but of the head. It was a sickness of desire. I, Ebbets, who am his father, made a great think. I have no more sons, and I do not want Bidarshik to die. It is a head sickness, and there is but one way to make it well. Bidarshik must journey across the lake as large as the sky, to the land where there is no snow, else will he die. I make a very great think, and then I see the way for Bidarshik to go. So, one night when he sits by the fire, very sick, his head hanging down, I say,
"My son, I have learned the way for you to go to the white man's land." He looks at me, and his face is glad. "Go," I say, "even as Yamikan went." But Bidarshik is sick and does not understand. "Go forth," I say, "and find a white man, and, even as Yamikan, do you kill that white man. Then will the soldier white men come and get you, and even as they took Yamikan, will they take you across the salt lake to the white man's land. And then, even as Yamikan, will you return, very fat, your eyes full of the things you have seen, your head filled with wisdom." And Bidarshik stands up very quick, and his hand is reaching out for his gun. "Where do you go?" I ask. "To kill the white man," he says. And I see that my words have been good in the ears of Bidarshik, and that he will grow well again. Also do I know that my words have been wise. There is a white man come to this village. He does not seek after gold in the ground, nor after furs in the forest. All the time does he seek after bugs and flies. He does not eat the bugs and flies. Then why does he seek after them? I do not know. Only do I know that he is a funny white man. Also does he seek after the eggs of birds. He does not eat the eggs. All that is inside he takes out, and only does he keep the shell. Eggshell is not good to eat. Nor does he eat the eggshells, but puts them away in soft boxes where they will not break. He catch many small birds, but he does not eat the birds. He takes only the skins and puts them away in boxes. Also does he like bones. Bones are not good to eat. And this strange white man likes best the bones of long time ago, which he digs out of the ground. But he is not a fierce white man, and I know he will die very easy. So I say to Bidarshik, "My son, there is the white man for you to kill." And Bidarshik says that my words be wise. So he goes to the place he knows where are many bones in the ground. He digs up very many of these bones and brings them to the strange white man's camp. The white man is very glad. His face shines like the sun, and he smiles with much gladness as he looks at the bones. He bends his head over, so, to look well at the bones. And then Bidarshik strikes him hard on the head with axe once, so. And the strange white man kicks and is dead. "Now," I say to Bidarshik, "will the white soldier men come and take you away to the land under the sun, where you will eat much and grow fat." Bidarshik is happy. Already has his sickness gone from him, and he sits by the fire and waits for the coming of the white soldier men. How was I to know the way of the white man is never twice the same? The old man demanded, whirling upon me fiercely. How was I to know that what the white man does yesterday he will not do today, and that what he does today he will not do tomorrow? Ebbets shook his head sadly. There is no understanding the white man. Yesterday he takes Yamikan to the land under the sun and makes him fat with much grub. Today he takes Bidarshik. And what does he do with Bidarshik? Let me tell you what he does with Bidarshik. I, Ebbets, his father, will tell you. He takes Bidarshik to Campbell Fort, and he ties a rope around his neck, so. And when his feet are no more on the ground, he dies. "Aye, aye," wailed Zillah. "And never does he cross the lake large as the sky, nor see the land under the sun where there is no snow." "Wherefore," old Ebbet said with grave dignity, "there be no one to hunt meat for me in my old age, and I sit hungry by my fire and tell my story to the white man who has given me grub and strong tea and tobacco for my pipe." "Because of the lying and very miserable white people," Zillah proclaimed shrilly. "Nay," answered the man with gentle positiveness, "because of the way of the white man, which is without understanding, and never twice the same."
The White Silence. "Carmen won't last more than a couple of days." Mason spat out a chunk of ice and surveyed the poor animal ruefully, then put her foot in his mouth and proceeded to bite out the ice which clustered cruelly between the toes. "I never saw a dog with a highfalutin name that was ever worth a rap," he said, as he concluded his task and shoved her aside. "They just fade away and die under the responsibility. Did ye ever see one go wrong with a sensible name like Cassiar, Seawash, or Husky? No, sir. Take a look at Shookum here. He's—" Snap! The lean brute flashed up, the white teeth just missing Mason's throat. "Ye will ye?" A shrewd clout behind the ear with the butt of the dog whip stretched the animal in the snow, quivering softly, a yellow slaver dripping from its fangs. "As I was saying, just look at Shookum here. He's got the spirit. Bet ye he eats Carmen before the week's out." "I'll bank another proposition against that," replied Malemute Kid, reversing the frozen bread placed before the fire to thaw. "We'll eat Shookum before the trip is over. What do ye say, Ruth?" The Indian woman settled the coffee with the piece of ice, glanced from Malemute Kid to her husband, then at the dogs, but vouchsafed no reply. It was such a palpable truism that none was necessary. 200 miles of unbroken trail in prospect, with a scant 6 days' grub for themselves and none for the dogs, could admit no other alternative. The two men and the women grouped about the fire and began their meagre meal. The dogs lay in their harnesses, for it was a midday halt, and watched each mouthful enviously. "No more lunches after today," said Malemute Kid, "and we've got to keep a close eye on the dogs. They're getting vicious. They'd just as soon pull a fellow down as not, if they get a chance. And I was president of an Epworth once and taught in the Sunday school." Having irrelevantly delivered himself of this, Mason fell into a dreamy contemplation of his steaming moccasins, but was aroused by Ruth filling his cup. "Thank God we've got slathers of tea. I've seen it growing down in Tennessee. What wouldn't I give for a hot corn pone just now? Never mind, Ruth. You won't starve much longer, nor wear moccasins either." The woman threw off her gloom at this, and in her eyes welled up a great love for her white lord, the first white man she had ever seen, the first man whom she had known to treat a woman as something better than a mere animal or beast of burden. "Yes, Ruth," continued her husband, having recourse to the macaronic jargon in which it was alone possible for them to understand each other. "Wait till we clean up and pull for the outside. We'll take the white man's canoe and go to the salt water. Yes, bad water, rough water. Great mountains dance up and down all the time, and so big, so far away. You travel 10 sleep, 20 sleep, 40 sleep." He graphically enumerated the days on his fingers. "All the time,
Water. Bad water. Then you come to great village, plenty people. Just the same mosquitoes next summer. Wigwams, oh, so high. 10, 20 pines. Hi, you skookum! He paused impotently, cast an appealing glance at Male-Mute Kid, then laboriously placed the 20 pines end on end by sign language. Male-Mute Kid smiled with cheery cynicism, but Ruth's eyes were wide with wonder and with pleasure, for she half believed he was joking, and such condescension pleased her poor woman's heart. And then you step into a box, and poof, up you go! He tossed his empty cup in the air by way of illustration, and as he deftly caught it, cried, and biff, down you come! Oh, great medicine men! You go Fort Yukon, I go Arctic City. 25 sleep. Big string all the time. I catch him string, I say, hello, Ruth, how are ye? And you say, is that my good husband? And I say, yes. And you say, no can bake good bread, no more soda. Then I say, look in cash under flour. Goodbye. You look and catch plenty soda. All the time, you Fort Yukon, me Arctic City. Hi, you medicine man. Ruth smiled so ingenuously at the fairy story that both men burst into laughter. A row among the dogs cut short the wonders of the outside, and by the time the snarling combatants were separated, she had lashed the sleds and all was ready for the trail. Mush, Baldy, hi, mush on! Mason worked his whip smartly, and as the dogs whined low in the traces, broke out the sled with the gee-pole. Ruth followed with the second team, leaving Male-Mute Kid, who had helped her start, to bring up the rear. Strong man, brute that he was, capable of felling an ox at a blow, he could not bear to beat the poor animals, but humoured them as a dog-driver rarely does, nay, almost wept with them in their misery. "Come on, mush on there, you poor sore-footed brutes," he murmured, after several ineffectual attempts to start the load. But his patience was at last rewarded, and though whimpering with pain, they hastened to join their fellows. No more conversation. The toil of the trail will not permit such extravagance, and of all deadening labours that of the Northland Trail is the worst. Happy is the man who can weather a day's travel at the price of silence, and that on a beaten track. And of all heart-breaking labours, that of breaking trail is the worst. At every step, the great webbed shoe sinks till the snow is level with the knee, then up, straight up, the deviation of a fraction of an inch being a certain precursor of disaster. The snowshoe must be lifted till the surface is cleared, then forward, down, and the other foot is raised perpendicularly for the matter of half a yard. He who tries this for the first time, if happily he avoids bringing his shoes in dangerous propinquity and measures not his length on the treacherous footing, will give up exhausted at the end of 100 yards. He who can keep out of the way of the dogs for a whole day may well crawl into his sleeping bag with a clear conscience and a pride which passeth all understanding. And he who travels 20 sleeps on the long trail is a man whom the gods may envy. The afternoon wore on, and, with the awe born of the white silence, the voiceless travellers bent to their work. Nature has many tricks wherewith she convinces man of his finity. The ceaseless flow of the tides, the fury of the storm, the shock of the earthquake, the long roll of heaven's artillery. But the most tremendous, the most stupefying of all, is the passive phase of the white silence. All movement ceases. The sky clears, the heavens are as brass, the slightest whisper seems sacrilege, and man becomes timid, affrighted at the sound of his own voice. sole speck of life journeying across the ghostly wastes of a dead world, he trembles at his audacity, realizes that his is a maggot's life, nothing more. Strange thoughts arise unsummoned, and the mystery of all things strives for utterance. And the fear of death, of God, of the universe, comes over him. The hope of the resurrection and the life, the yearning for immortality, the vain striving of the imprisoned essence. It is then, if ever, man walks alone with God. So wore the day away. The river took a great bend, and Mason headed his team for the cut-off across the narrow neck of land. But the dogs balked at the high bank. Again and again, though Ruth and Malemute Kid were shoving on the sled, they slipped back. Then came the concerted effort. The miserable creatures, weak from hunger, exerted their last strength. Up, up! The sled poised on the top of the bank. But the leader swung the string of dogs behind him to the right, fouling Mason's snowshoes. The result was grievous. Mason was whipped off his feet. One of the dogs fell in the traces, and the sled toppled back, dragging everything to the bottom again. Slash! The whip fell among the dogs savagely, especially upon the one which had fallen. "Don't, Mason," entreated Malemute Kid. "The poor devil's on its last legs. Wait, and we'll put my team on." Mason deliberately withheld the whip till the last word had fallen. Then out flashed the long lash, completely curling about the offending creature's body. Carmen, for it was Carmen, cowered in the snow, cried piteously, then rolled over on her side. It was a tragic moment, a pitiful incident of the trail. A dying dog, two comrades in anger. Ruth glanced solicitously from man to man, but Malemute Kid restrained himself, though there was a world of reproach in his eyes, and bending over the dog, cut the traces. No word was spoken. The teams were double-spanned, and the difficulty overcome. The sleds were under way again, the dying dog dragging herself along in the rear. As long as an animal can travel, it is not shot, and this last chance is accorded it, the crawling into camp, if it can, in the hope of a moose being killed. Already penitent for his angry action, but too stubborn to make amends, Mason toiled on at the head of the cavalcade, little dreaming that danger hovered in the air. The timber clustered thick in the sheltered bottom, and through this they threaded their way. 50 feet or more from the trail towered a lofty pine. For generations it had stood there, and for generations destiny had this one end in view. Perhaps the same had been decreed of Mason. He stooped to fasten the loosened thong of his moccasin. The sleds came to a halt, and the dogs lay down in the snow without a whimper. The stillness was weird. Not a breath rustled the frost-encrusted forest. The cold and silence of outer space had chilled the heart and smote the trembling lips of nature. A sigh pulsed through the air. They did not seem to actually hear it, but rather felt it, like the premonition of movement in a motionless void. Then the great tree, burdened with its weight of years and snow, played its last part in the tragedy of life. He heard the warning crash and attempted to spring up, but, almost erect, caught the blow squarely on the shoulder. The sudden danger, the quick death, how often had Malemute Kid faced it? The pine needles were still quivering as he gave his commands and sprang into action. Nor did the Indian girl faint or raise her voice in idle wailing, as might many of her white sisters.
At his order, she threw her weight on the end of a quickly extemporized handspike, easing the pressure, and listening to her husband's groans, while Malemute Kid attacked the tree with his axe. The steel rang merrily as it bit into the frozen trunk, each stroke being accompanied by a forced, audible respiration, the of the woodsman. At last, the kid laid the pitiable thing that was once a man in the snow. But worse than his comrade's pain was the dumb anguish in the woman's face, the blended look of hopeful, hopeless query. Little was said. Those of the Northland are early taught the futility of words and the inestimable value of deeds. With the temperature at 65 below zero, a man cannot lie many minutes in the snow and live. So the sled lashings were cut, and the sufferer, rolled in furs, laid on a couch of boughs. Before him roared a fire built of the very wood which wrought the mishap. Behind, and partially over him, was stretched the primitive fly, a piece of canvas which caught the radiating heat and threw it back and down upon him, a trick which men may know who study physics at the fount. And men who have shared their bed with death know when the call is sounded. Mason was terribly crushed. The most cursory examination revealed it. His right arm, leg, and back were broken. His limbs were paralyzed from the hips, and the likelihood of internal injuries was large. An occasional moan was his only sign of life. No hope. Nothing to be done. The pitiless night crept slowly by. Ruth's portion, the despairing stoicism of her race, and Malemute Kid adding new lines to his face of bronze. In fact, Mason suffered least of all, for he spent his time in eastern Tennessee, in the Great Smoky Mountains, living over the scenes of his childhood. And most pathetic was the melody of his long-forgotten southern vernacular, as he raved of swimming holes and coon hunts and watermelon raids. It was as Greek to Ruth, but the kid understood and felt as only one can feel who has been shut out for years from all that civilization means. Morning brought consciousness to the stricken man, and Malemute Kid bent closer to catch his whispers. "You remember when we foregathered on the Tanana, 4 years come next ice run? I didn't care so much for her then. It was more like she was pretty, and there was a smack of excitement about it, I think. But you know, I've come to think a heap of her. She's been a good wife to me, always at my shoulder in the pinch, and when it comes to trading, you know there isn't her equal. Do you recollect the time she shot the Moosehorn Rapids to pull you and me off that rock, the bullets whipping the water like hailstones, and the time of the famine at Nuklukyeto? Or when she raced the ice run to bring the news? Yes, she's been a good wife to me. Better'n that other one. Didn't know I'd been there? Never told you, eh? Well, I tried it once, down in the States. That's why I'm here. Been raised together, too. I came away to give her a chance for divorce. She got it. But that's nothing to do with Ruth. I had thought of cleaning up and pulling for the outside next year, her and I. But it's too late. Don't send her back to her people, kid. It's beastly hard for a woman to go back. Think of it. Nearly 4 years on our bacon and beans and flour and dried fruit, and then to go back to her fish and caribou. It's not good for her to have tried our ways, to come to know they're better than her people's, and then return to them. Take care of her, kid. Why don't you? But no, you always fought shy of them. And you never told me why you came to this country. Be kind to her, and send her back to the States as soon as you can. But fix it so she can come back. Liable to get homesick, you know. And the youngster. It's drawn us closer, kid. I only hope it is a boy. Think of it. Flesh of my flesh, kid. He mustn't stop in this country. And if it's a girl, why, she can't. Sell my furs, they'll fetch at least 5,000, and I've got as much more with the company, and handle my interests with yours. I think the bench claim will show up. See that he gets a good schooling, and, kid, above all, don't let him come back. This country was not made for white men. I'm a gone man, kid. 3 or 4 sleeps at the best. You've got to go on. You must go on. Remember, it's my wife, it's my boy. Oh, God, I hope it's a boy. You can't stay by me, and I charge you, a dying man, to pull on.
Give me 3 days, pleaded Malemute Kid. You may change for the better. Something may turn up.
No.
Just 3 days.
You must pull on.
2 days.
It's my wife and my boy, kid. You would not ask it.
1 day.
No, no, I charge.
Only 1 day. We can shave it through on the grub, and I might knock over a moose.
No.
All right, 1 day, but not a minute more.
And, kid, don't leave me to face it alone. Just a shot, 1 pull on the trigger. You understand. Think of it. Think of it. Flesh of my flesh, and I'll never live to see him. Send Ruth here. I want to say goodbye and tell her that she must think of the boy and not wait till I'm dead. She might refuse to go with you if I didn't. Goodbye, old man. Goodbye. Kid, I say, sink a hole above the pup, next to the slide. I panned out 40 cents on my shovel there. And, kid,
he stooped lower to catch the last faint words, the dying man's surrender of his pride.
I'm sorry.
For, you know, Carmen. Leaving the girl crying softly over her man, Malemute Kid slipped into his parka and snowshoes, tucked his rifle under his arm, and crept away into the forest. He was no tyro in the stern sorrows of the Northland, but never had he faced so stiff a problem as this. In the abstract, it was a plain mathematical proposition. 3 possible lives as against 1 doomed one. But now he hesitated. For 5 years, shoulder to shoulder on the rivers and trails, in the camps and mines, facing death by field and flood and famine, had they knitted the bonds of their comradeship. So close was the tie that he had often been conscious of a vague jealousy of Ruth, from the first time she had come between. And now it must be severed by his own hand. Though he prayed for a moose, just 1 moose, all game seemed to have deserted the land, and nightfall found the exhausted man crawling into camp, light-handed, heavy-hearted. An uproar from the dogs and shrill cries from Ruth hastened him. Bursting into the camp, he saw the girl in the midst of the snarling pack, laying about her with an axe. The dogs had broken the iron rule of their masters and were rushing the grub. He joined the issue with his rifle reversed, and the hoary game of natural selection was played out with all the ruthlessness of its primeval environment. Rifle and axe went up and down, hit or missed with monotonous regularity. Lithe bodies flashed, with wild eyes and dripping fangs, and man and beast fought for supremacy to the bitterest conclusion. Then the beaten brutes crept to the edge of the firelight, licking their wounds, voicing their misery to the stars. The whole stock of dried salmon had been devoured, and perhaps 5 pounds of flour remained to tide them over 200 miles of wilderness. Ruth returned to her husband, while Malemute Kid cut up the warm body of one of the dogs, the skull of which had been crushed by the axe. Every portion was carefully put away, save the hide and offal, which were cast to his fellows of the moment before. Morning brought fresh trouble. The animals were turning on each other. Carmen, who still clung to her slender thread of life, was downed by the pack. The lash fell among them unheeded. They cringed and cried under the blows, but refused to scatter till the last wretched bit had disappeared. Bones, hide, hair, everything. Malemute Kid went about his work, listening to Mason, who was back in Tennessee, delivering tangled discourses and wild exhortations to his brethren of other days. Taking advantage of neighbouring pines, he worked rapidly, and Ruth watched him make a cache similar to those sometimes used by hunters to preserve their meat from the wolverines and dogs. One after the other, he bent the tops of 2 small pines toward each other and nearly to the ground, making them fast with thongs of moose hide. Then he beat the dogs into submission and harnessed them to 2 of the sleds, loading the same with everything but the furs which enveloped Mason. These he wrapped and lashed tightly about him, fastening either end of the ropes to the bent pines. A single stroke of his hunting knife would release them and send the body high in the air. Ruth had received her husband's last wishes and made no struggle. Poor girl, she had learned the lesson of obedience well. From a child she had bowed and seen all women bow to the lords of creation, and it did not seem in the nature of things for women to resist. The kid permitted her one outburst of grief as she kissed her husband. Her own people had no such custom. Then led her to the foremost sled and helped her into her snowshoes. Blindly, instinctively, she took the gee-pole and whip and mushed the dogs out on the trail. Then he returned to Mason, who had fallen into a coma, and long after she was out of sight, crouched by the fire, waiting, hoping, praying for his comrade to die. It is not pleasant to be alone with painful thoughts in the white silence. The silence of gloom is merciful, shrouding one as with protection, and breathing 1,000 intangible sympathies. But the bright white silence, clear and cold under steely skies, is pitiless. An hour passed, 2 hours, but the man would not die. At high noon the sun, without raising its rim above the southern horizon, threw a suggestion of fire athwart the heavens, then quickly drew it back. Malemute Kid roused and dragged himself to his comrade's side. He cast one glance about him. The white silence seemed to sneer, and a great fear came upon him. There was a sharp report. Mason swung into his aerial sepulchre, and Malemute Kid lashed the dogs into a wild gallop as he fled across the snow.